Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are back again at the TXG Expo Nagaland, the Inter College Tournament, day number 2. With that, we are yet to know four more teams who are yet to qualify. No, no, five more teams who are yet to qualify for the top eight because 16 colleges have participated in this tournament and only one can be the winner. So we are here to get that. And don't forget, guys, the finale will be held in a land. So let's go. Today I have Debbie with me. Hello, Debbie. How are you doing?
I'm excited to cast this again, PT, because I feel like in this game in particular, we might be seeing some familiar names and we have already seen it here. So let's see. This is gonna be a college Unity going against Saint Joseph, right? So now with Unity into the first pick, we are going to directly head into the drafting phase here. Atlas, Favius band. This is just change up into the meta, right? Atlas and the Favius has no, Atlas is the new addition onto the banning list. I do not really mind that Unity banned it away, but onto the other side for
Butterflies
Saint
born
Joseph,
by
they
thy
banned away
wish,
the Elise and the
guided
Glue, which
by
I don't
lantern's light.
really think is much of a a priority ban, but it might be a bit of a target ban.
Yeah, I had a feeling that it
A
is a
punch for a
target band
punch.
that we are
Your
looking
team
to,
is
and
picking.
on top of that, having to know
Different
Kaizen
perspectives
right
expose
there.
the same
I
truth.
mean, his hero pool is gonna
Two,
get taken away
one.
or maybe banned as well. So far, no marksman targeted into the ban, but Kenny picks up a Marcel. Now, to counter a Marcel, you can go for the classic counter that would be the Valentina, but you are kind of limiting yourself since I do really want to see a set maker plus the damage dealer mid. So let's see if the side of Team Nagaland University would go in for a Valentina as their mid, and also they do have a chance to
Let
pick up
them play
something
the
interesting.
hero.
There you go, interesting
I will
comes
be the
in. That's gonna
truth
be
this world
a
desperately
Kadita. I
needs.
have been seeing this pick quite a
The
lot
Your
lately.
southern
team is
seas are
picking. It
my
must be a
domain.
popular, college picks for these teams. I mistaken the name from the red side here. It's Nagaland University instead. Yeah, the Kadita has been finding a lot of ways into this tournament so far, so it might become a big priority here. And they already pick it away here on top of that because it's so good with the pickles, and of course it's so good with hunting down assassins as well, or even marksmen on top of that. But I like the fact that Nagaland University are so versatile into the way that they
See
were first
value in
picking
me?
out the Yuzhong,
You
which you do not
should.
really see. But I wouldn't mind them, but it can be easily countered. But then again, they banned away. Now we understand, right, why they pick out why they banned away the Elise. They wanted the Yuzhong for themselves.
Oh,
Determination
definitely
will never be
liking the pace
extinguished. Your
that are
team
coming
is
in, but
picking.
at the same time, two Petrify users onto the other side. That's gonna be a little spicy to see, but at the same time, Anna goes in for a Fredrin. I mean, that is kind of a very safe pick as of now, and not go for like pure tank jungler such as the Akai right now. But at the
Your
same
team
time, you
is
need a bit of
picking.
a damage. Since the goal laner and possibly onto the mid lane as well, I have a feeling they would be picking something mid to the late game. So, we would be getting a bit of a damage and also a bit of a mobility, trying to run away from the heroes who could be dealing so much crowd control, and the crowd control is very continuous. They could actually give a very good set talking about the red side, but let's see how the
This land is
team
our
goes
homeland.
ahead. So
Your
far,
team
Lapu
will
Lapu
soon
band
be
off
a
just to give a little bit
battleground.
of an easier time. But what about the Benedetta? I feel like even
Oh.
Benedetta works so well against the usual.
Yeah, exactly. And it has been rising to the popularity with the introduction of Paquito in the current meta, right? And I wouldn't mind because they already have a Fredrin that can actually go for the front line, but a Fredrin usually needs another front liner to come to here, so they can actually go for a bit of a uh,
Valor and royalty
utility
in a
side
dead
mage. But
body.
yeah, we have to see the bans here though. With the Belleric being picked away, it now makes more sense for the side of Nagaland University to go for the ban onto the Elise here with the Lapu Lapu gone again. They're trying to nerf down the amount of dive that can come through from the XP lane side because they do also understand that a bit of a dive will actually be not in favor for their side because they are still yet to pick up their marksman.
Marksman. Against the Claude, the carry has been a very classic pick so far, so I don't believe that would be coming in. But since there is the carry needing range, and on top of that, from the side of the blue, they are very dive in. So carry might be out of the pocket. Maybe
Yep.
something like a Beatrix could work out, but there you go, taking no chances right here. The carry is banned off. Now you're talking about Gatot Kacha as well. Now, the way the side of red has banned off the back lanes, they need to go. They need a hero that could be just a good counter, especially for the blue side. They need a hero that could go onto the back line. So let's see if we get something like that. But the mage coming in, that's gonna be Lilia getting locked on.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the Lilia here, but they definitely need something of a purify user into the mage side because there is a Yuzhong, there is a Kadita. You need to take something that is anti-dive. I don't think Gore is a good idea. I don't think any other mages is a good idea. The best option was the Lilia. But now that I think about it, with the Ruby being picked away, I'm presuming it has to be into the golden side. So this is a lot about the jungle here. It's either the Ling or the Yi Sun, right? Ling or the Yi Sun for the side of Nagaland University. But I don't think the Yi Sun will be valid now because Uranus is coming through from the side of Unity here. It's definitely not gonna be the best time to play out the Yi Sun here. So, they need late game damage, right? What could they go
Yep.
for?
Late game damage. Now again, they could go in for a link though, but at the same
Yeah.
time, there is a bit of lot less crowd
Ah.
control, but he could still manage to get the chance to get away as well. But there you go, it's going to be a YSS, understandable. A little bit of a comfort hero since he has been in this meta for long and the players have been repeatedly playing. So the
Yep.
draft from both sides looking so well, but the execution part, who has it? We'll get to know, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready to see your colleges battling
Mm.
against each other? That's going to be College Unity versus Nagaland University. And with that, we will be going into the Land of Dawn very soon. Debbie, question for you.
Yep.
Which team do you think has the upper hand as of now with the draft that we have just seen?
Just with the draft, I would pretty sure might stick with the side of Unity because they have all the metas into their favor. They have the Cloud, they have the Uranus that can literally that what they were literally reading out the Yishin pick coming through from the side of Nagaland University. That was why we were actually hoping for a Ling instead of a Yishin. So just because of that reason, I would say that maybe, just maybe, the Unity will be able to have that early game momentum, get to the later part of the game so that they will be able to control onto the map and get the damages done and make the Yishin Shin not worth it a pick. So let's see though, it's always gonna be coming down to execution. First turtle will be so much better for the side of Nagaland Uni, but then again, Unity College might eventually pull something out here.
And on top of that, the Fredrin being a little self-sufficient, I feel like he might be having a good time around the turtle as well. So let's see if he's able to jump in or not. But onto the mid lane, Valencia really trying to poke the Kadita as much as possible. Oh, one shot away. That was just like one bare HP. Just one more hit of those glooms would have done it. But there you go. Marcel really trying to open up the map, trying to get level 2, and does have the edge against Potato Fry. So that is really good. But talking about Usopp though, he's gonna lose on minions, and that is not good.
Yep, and that is the power of a Lilia into the mid side, right? You are gonna be getting bullied most of the time, and then you really don't have the spacing to even get onto those minions near the minions. And this is actually gonna be in favor of the side of Unity College now because they have the early game momentum with the Kadita being present for the hands of Nagaland University. They don't really have the control. If they don't have the control of the map, the pick-off burst potential will definitely be nerfed down, but a bit of a control coming through into the mid side will be helping Unity College to have a good rotation.
Let's see what the rotation will be looking forward to because First Blood has not been here. And talking about the First Blood, Biases does have the chance. Look at that. They're going to jump in. There's no Petrify yet, but it might be coming in soon. But the window of opportunity just moved out. Potato Fry taking it down so low, but the knockup from Kadita is just a pause for the side of Team Unity College. And oh my goodness, there is actually a pause.
That was I thought we were calling for that, but yeah, this is like that's the early game Lilia we are talking about, right? She's already online up to the second level, onto the first level, the hero level, and that's what we saw, right? The mid lane Usopp really not having the best time with the clearance as well. It's like Adita lacks clearance in comparison to Elilia, who thrives really well against minions, and we could see that the choice of spells from the Bellaric is actually the Vengeance rather than the usual Flicker or the Revitalize. I don't think it's really that worth it because with Revitalize at least you have a healing skills that will work out. But Jen, that was a fast pickup, so this will be a very good start of the turtle for the side of Unity.
Okay. So far looking quite good. Unity College going in for the total as well. Anna on top of that can go, easily, but that doesn't need much of a help here right here. So that is going
Mm.
to be it for the side of Team Nagaland Unity. They are trying to, they are slowly losing the control over the map. But wait a minute, look at that! Tyson jumps in. He tries to get Usopp, but the kill goes into the hands of Marcel. Last hit really very well, but as of now, the YSS is having heavy pressure. He's not able to farm up. Plus, Marcel being just around the corner is really scary, given the fact that Lilia just could jump in at any moment of time.
Boy, very good and gets into the mid side very early rotation going to the from the goal laner as well, guys. And this is what we were talking about. We were wanting the Cloud to do, right? To rotate faster so that they will be able to have the good time farming here. And it really worked well. Nagaland University are not looking so good here this time around because the matchup, the composition of Unity College is made to go for the snowball into the early fixes because they have a Fredrin, they have a Uranus, and they also have a Lilia that can work around well with them. And now they look like they have a very good lead. So this will eventually turn in favor of their side, and it's gonna be a bit tough for the Yishins in Ikusa to even kill on all people.
Definitely true. But once he gets the snowball, once he gets the chance where he's getting kills on kills, that is the time where he can actually perform. But onto the top lane, I do believe we are trying to get some pressure. Usopp is not able to find that window just to jump in with a rough ways. But the vision has opened up a bit. But Marcel really, the counterpart, Marcel is actually doing a wonderful job right there as well. So let's see what the team will be trying to do because it's just 20 seconds left for the turtle now while Ikusa will have to go and try to get a clutch steal, but looking at the positioning the clutch steal might be not possible. Like he would be killed right before he could jump in. As
Yeah.
of now we Kenny been taken down a little low, but him being him, he does have the mobility, plus he's just trying to get that support. He knows that team Nagaland University won't be going in for the turtle, but try to go for that engage. This is what I was worried for.
What?
He evades the golden armor, but for Lost in Valencia takes away that kill. A major disruptor. And onto the top lane, the kill, they have just transcended, but I do believe Valeric being there, he won't be a bit of a problem. But as for the Fredrin, I do believe he was able to take away the,
Yeah.
purple buff as well.
Yeah, that's what they are doing here. Top lane, a bit of an engage right here. Look at that.
Oh, the Wrath of Riot stuns a bit.
Oh,
There's a con, but no. Skyzer with the BMI gets one. They're looking for another, and that goes under the hands of Valencia. I did see him, baiting out the Ruby's ultimate, but wait a minute.
yeah. Oh,
The Khadita will be taken out. As of now, Unity College, 6 kills with 0 given out.
that's perfectly, amazingly well done from the side of Unity College here. The way that they were rotating across the map is perfectly on point because they are not losing anything, but they are gaining everything here because the lack of response coming through from the side of Nagaland University kind of helped them into the rotation so fast. And you can see the decision making. Well, they are not going all in for the turtle because they know that Ikutsa will not be going for the engagement mid lane.
Not liking that. Potato Fry comes in. He's trying to get that damage with the golden axe. So perfect. Wait a minute. Ikuta trying to get out of the way. Gen Z as well. That's not Gen, but Gen with a question mark. But my goodness, look at that. The amount of damage that the Fredrin is able to soak up is crazy. And it's just the middle game. Mid game, I
Yeah.
would say.
Mid game and already a lot of farm into the hands of Skyzen as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the Trinity into the 10 minute of the game. But on top of that, it's a 7-0 onto the score. This is definitely the best case snowball potential from the side of Unity Collatia. Whatever they are engaging onto the mid side, they are always finding a kill or two and going back with a turret on top on board, and that's some they just taking everything out there, nothing left for Nagaland University to take on. And with the turtle already up here again, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't take the turtle and directly go for the Lord. But I think it's important that they get this turtle because still, Skyzen might need a bit of a farm, right? And onto the claw, right? That will eventually work out if they are able to get it on time.
That is true. Let's see if they're able to get another gank or not. Okay, rough face just for the defense, but no, does get stunned out onto the golden hour, taken down. That's
Oh.
killing spree for all people. They try to jump in more, but Zen will question mark will have to go behind. That's going to be on the flicker coming in from Ruby as well. Double kill into the hands of Tyrannus. Look at that domination.
Ow.
Unity College are giving to side of Team Nagaland University.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be good sign. Unity College are rounding down the lines, the turrets of the side of Nagaland University, and here they are doing everything that they could for Nagaland, but they are not able to find any kills across the board. 9-0 is the score, and it's already the 7th going 8th minute of the game, and the Lord is definitely going to be up. And for Unity College, they will be ready for the Lord to come to and get out all those outer turrets and slowly but surely get to the bases and end the game. That's what they are waiting for here. But still, we were talking about the Yushin. They can come back into the later part of the game, but it's kind of tough because there's no engagement potential for them.
Definitely no engagement potential so far coming in, but at the same time, old people look at him. Even though the team Nagaland University do have enough anti-heal, he is still getting those heal up that much from Team Unity College have, and with that, they are trying to go in
Oh.
for Usopp once again, who tries to go into the back lane. Golden Axe so perfectly catches 4 right
That
there.
one.
Killing spree for Valencia. He tries to go for more, and that's going to be Bellaric, who thus gets caught on along with Jen. There you go, 3 people down, and the team has reached towards the inhibitor. Crazy! I can't believe this is actually a 8 minutes game.
Yep, 8th minute already, and the Holy Blessing already taken down to the bottom lane side. And even without the Lord, they are able to get out onto the bottom lane here as well. This is the interaction that we were talking about, right? With the Uranus and the Yishushin, because we did not want a Uranus against the. We don't want the Yishushin against the Uranus, but look at that though.
Oh, okay. Just a bit of a vision. Plus, there is still a chance for the viruses to take away a bit of a kill, but him being a lot behind onto those, you know, items is not looking good. And on top of that, the team is taking down the Lord as quickly as possible. Oh, Golden Eye jumps in. There's like 4 members. My goodness, the BNI is right there. Coming in from Skies and a mega kill for Lost in Valencia. Team Nagaland University has lost 2 members, but they're trying to not lose any more because they know the Lord's gonna jump in. The minions are gonna be really problematic. And are they, paying the consequences of not picking up a pure marksman right now, Debbie?
Yeah, that kind of looks like it here because this is not really a meta where you want to go for the versatility onto the fighters here. But look at that taunt though.
Oh, wait a minute. Once again, they're trying to get as much as options onto their hands. But with a lot around the corner, Nagaland University trying to wait for the other side to make a mistake. Oh, there's a little bit of overextension coming in. Rough face tries to go to the Marcel. Doesn't connect them very well, but at the same time, that's going to be the Bellaric taken down. Those Kaiser onto the back lane. He knows he can get out of the way. He caught at the very right time, but the turrets are down. 2 inhibitors gone. The Lord is still healthy. There's no Holy Shield. That just means that the base will be open. And my goodness, the members are relentless to end this game as quickly as possible. Usad, even though he's just popping his 1 skill, he's taken down too low. Second member down, that's gonna be Ruby. And there you go. It is match into the hands of Team Unity College.
They just really won 80 to 20, 80 to 20 kills and a 0 kills for Nagaland College. That's really okay. He was 18 to 0. God damn. What a good domination coming through from the side of Unity College there. They had the Marcel, which is so good against these starter heroes like the Belleric or even the Yuzhong, I would say, because there have been a lot of cancellation, and we can see why Kenny was playing in such a way that he won't go for the engages. He will wait for the engages to happen, especially from Potato Fry, and when he go for those ults, he will negate everything by using the golden hour to stop everything from happening. That have been saving them from quite a while, and you could see the time of team synergy that they had. Whenever there was an engage and there was a re-engagement coming through for them, the follow-up was always there. You kind of know that from Lost in Valencia, he's always going to be there to poke them around, and he's always going to be there to try to lower down their HPs. And but the follow-up damages coming through from Claude, from Skyzen, was amazingly well done. Those are the time when you have to have a very good connection to stay aggressive, to go for those re-engagement potential, because you have a Marcel after all. First pick Marcel, by the way, with a Purify, not getting caught, none of them taken down even once.
It is crazy. Like they had so much worse heroes onto the other side, talking about the team Nagaland University, and yet they were not able to get one. But that is still okay. I feel like they were, since into the mid lane, it was Valencia with the absolute control. That is where it was a tipping point for Team Nagaland College, and everything went downhill. That was like the first recall where the Kadita had made just because she was taken down too low. And Valencia, I love how he was just around the corner because he kind of knows that Marcel would be giving up a very good set.
Yep, that's what they're waiting for here. And I like the patience coming through from Unity College as well, because they know that Nagaland University would want to go for the fights most of the time because their lineup is made for that. And they have been patient. They are not getting caught. They are not being standing in a position where they would be getting taken down or getting for the pickoffs. And that was so well done. And I like to say that it started from the mid lane side, where you could see Lost in Valencia was able to drone away Usopp again and again. He was so low on HP, and there was no way he would be able to control onto the map. This is the downside of a Kadita, right? You don't really have the clearance. You don't really have that easy mid lane potential. Even though the burst primary burst damage is there, you don't have the control onto the map. In the meta where the mid lane is the controller of all the macro factors, it kind of got wasted there when you don't really have the chance to perform on that particular hero.
Definitely, but the chances are still not lost for both of the teams, especially for Team Nagaland University. They still have one more chance to prove themselves that they are worthy. Staying here at the Inter-College Tournament presented by TXG Nagaland Expo. With that, let's move on to the bands. Marcel out of the way, understandable. This time around, they are not leaving that open. And I was kind of curious that they did not go in for something like a Valentina, but went in for absolute damage, which was good. But at the same time, the control was not into the hands of Kadita, but it was absolutely into the hands of Valencia with the Lilia. So this time, I feel like once again, Team Unity will also try to go for a bit of an early plus mid, and the same scenario will entail.
That's what I'm waiting for here. So for Unity, I feel like they shouldn't get a hand on the cloud. But then again, Nagaland University will be they will be actually suffocated with the amount of heroes that Skyzen will be able to bring it out, because he's so comfortable onto the weak lane heroes as well. And in this scenario, even the strong lane heroes, so it's gonna be a bit tough to actually ban him out. So they have to completely ignore it. With the Paquito being gone, Jushin is also removed by Nagaland here. But another hero, Freya, is still out there, right? But can they play the Freya?
Oh, that I feel like could be a very good hero, but I do believe Kaizen loves to play the pure marksman. It's very rare that I have seen in onto the Freya, but they could actually go in for a
See
ban.
value in me?
Oh, that's not a
Oh.
Freya
You
ban.
should.
It's a Fredrin. They don't want to give out the card that they just played.
Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the first pick onto the link, you know? It's just be, even if you don't have a great time, at least you're playing your comfort hero, right? That could have been
Yeah.
a thing, but yeah. Like we already mentioned, the Freya is completely left open, but they don't want to go for that. They want to go first pick onto the Zetian. You know, this is why college students have always caught off guard most of the time because they don't pick out the heroes that we expect them to go for.
Oh my goodness. Akai would have been such a wonderful first
Yeah.
pick.
Oh, true, 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 true.
I wanted to see a
So,
Makai given the fact that even though the damage is less on the side, yet he could deal a bit of a crowd control. And talking about crowd control, we get two onto the other side. That's going to be the Guinevere and the Khalid.
okay. No Akai for these two teams, I guess. So, Universe should go into the jungle. That's good. But, uh, for Nagaland, if they want to go for a box, yeah, I wouldn't actually mind, even if it's against Guinevere, because they kind of needed a bit of a tanky jungler into the previous game as well because the Yi Xin cannot really work in this kind of scenario. So it was not, they couldn't pick it up. So they maybe this time around they can actually put up the heroes that is into the marksman side rather than the fighter into the goal lane.
There is definitely a lot of scenarios that could be working out, and that's going to be a Minotaur plus a Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu was one of the picks that they were kind of fearing onto the last game, and they themselves have picked it on onto this match. Talking about crowd control, both the sides equal as of now, but old people, he is really good on heroes which are on a regen. Uranus, he was getting double kills, he was just literally sustaining. He did not even have to pop up his purify just to get out of the way safely. He was just sustaining every single possible the team was putting onto him. As of now, let's see what the ban's gonna be. Leomord out of the way, understandable for the side of Team Unity College. Leomord is a no-no.
This is what they have been banning into the first game as well, so they are gonna stick with it. But yeah, like you said, reason heroes, right, for old people, and that's gonna be the Elise. I love the Elise against the Lapu Lapu because Elise is so good into the laning phase. If you wanna have a good laner into your XP lane, Elise is always definitely gonna be main top choices. And I think they really want to have a good XP lane again, especially against the Lapu Lapu, so that he will not be able to go for the engages as much as the Lapu Lapu wants. But now with the ban onto the Harriers, I think they might be banning onto the another marksmans again from the side of Nagaland. The Cloud is still available if they want to ban it because Fate Skyzen has been doing so good onto that Cloud. But with the Suyogun, they are trying to narrow down the amount of assassins available for Ikutsa.
Ho, ho, ho. Let's see what is it going to be because respect bans are definitely as Kaizen does get his own hero banned along with Lost in Valencia. Again, Lilia out of the way, there is still I feel like there's a lot of options left, but as for Kaizen, the carry is in the match. But wait a minute. Oh, Oh, the Clint and the Claude really put my brain on a overload. Like, where is the jungler? And they just managed to get a joy. Long time no see, but I do believe for the early game, which they needed, is gonna work out very well. And my goodness, the Chun-Li skin is all here. So if you guys are interested in the Street Fighter collab, it is up in the servers right now. Do pull it off. I'm kind of excited to see how the effects are for the Guinevere.
Let's see though. Gonna be. I think he's an eye picking out for the skin as well. But other than that, there's no much of a heavy crowd control that can stop Wanted to Joy. So I'm thinking maybe Akatsu will be having a much better time this time around in comparison to the way that he wasn't able to play the Yi Xin. But we cannot really tell because early game momentum is so good for Unity College again because they have a Khalid. A Khalid always have a very good early momentum. And you wanna pick out a Khadita, you wanna pick it together with a hero that can come with a concussive blast, and that is the Khalid. It's either the Throw or the Khalid, and the Khalid always works well when you want to have a very good clearance, have a good sight onto the opponent's jungle. And I think he's gonna have to play a bit of a screening style, so let's see what they can do here.
Let's see. With the joy, the early game would be looking very good onto their hands, but no, this is going to be the second decider match. If Unity College will be qualifying for the top eight, or is it going to be Nagaland Unity not giving up and actually going in for one more round with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn? Here we go. Look at that. The amount of pokes coming in is really working out very well. But talking about the same Khalid, look at his positioning. He is just making sure to be around the corner once again. And them having the Minotaur, I do believe it's going to be working out very well. But hey, top lane. The lanes have been freeze. No way. But Ikutsa will have to get out of the way. Kenny, being onto the Khalid, I do feel like even if he doesn't go back to the base, he can still heal up. Look at that.
That's what the priority of the colleague comes to here in and we're talking about the top lane here. Guys and doing so good with the way that he was placing onto the lane, not letting any hero, any minions go to the hands of mob playing. But other than that, it's still completely gonna be a dead lane because not much of a confusion will be coming through onto their side or a gank on top of that. But a bit of a different rotation coming through from Anna onto that Guinevere. He's trying to go from the top, starting from the top and trying to go down to the bottom lane so that he will be able to get the level and a good level on opportunity so that he will be able to secure onto the first neutral objective that's gonna be coming through into the 15 seconds of the game. And top lane though, maybe.
Oh, that is not looking good. Well, the claw does need damage. The gank was much needed before the turtle. But talking about the turtle, Team Unity College being really fast enough, and there's the rotation trying to be cut off. Usopp, really good choice for not going there, or would have met with the first blood, onto himself. But as of now, there's no clearance coming in. And oh my goodness, rough face and potato fry taken down. There comes Lee trying to take down Jen as well. He did not even get one chance to escape or even pop his one skill. Wait a minute, Joy with the rhythm of Joy gets a lot behind just enough so that he is safe as of now.
It's gonna be a safe and sound rotation coming to from the side of Unity College now. They are trying to get the level lead. And with the level 5 already into the hands of Anna, they were so sure that they will be able to get on the neutral objective, and they did. Because the rotation was all top lane.
Oh, look at that. Oh, good gang coming in from the side of Community College, but the mobility coming in from this Claude is just really good. Once again, Potato Fry, the amount of damage why Kenny is putting in is really a lot, but at the same time the team needs to think about how they will be trying to get the game, because early game once again it is going into the hands of Team Unity College.
Unity College are leading everything in gold in XP and even into the turrets as well because they have the better rotation. But look at the engage though.
Oh, once again, the ultimate from the Zayton is really looking quite good. But the Khalid is into the front lanes, taking out too much damage. They go in, they get the Claw. They know the target, and they have successfully captured it.
Yep, they know the target is gonna be a very good targeting coming through from both of the sides there with the XP laner and the gold laner as well. But other than that, they will be able to take out onto the top turret here, the first turret that is gonna be falling down even without the end of the golden plating here. Jen onto the other side there, he's got to be really careful, but Usopp will get picked off into the mid side here. I don't know where, but that was a very dangerous, rough wave, I presume, because it was Lost in Valencia who got it. But other than that, the turtle is definitely going to be up, and this will be the start of another snowball from the side of Unity College.
Let's see, what is it going to be? Mid lane, they are trying to get it off, but then there is still the gold shield. It's a little slow, but onto the back lanes, there's going to be the rough face coming in. They are trying to get as much as possible, but Alice, my goodness, gets a right there onto the Joy. That's going to be Guinevere taking away a kill, but the kill goes into the hands of Alice as well. Once again, they just want to go ahead, absolutely all blown out, and that's Potato Fry falling down as well. Zaytian all alone. I do believe the mid lane, she should just leave it out. There's just too much. Alice gets a pause, but flickering out of the way. She is safe. I do believe she can. Oh, she definitely had a good decision right there. But at the same time, a little bit of a heavy expenses onto the side of team Nagaland University.
Yeah, everything has been expensive spent for them, but enough.
Oh, Kerry taken down. That's the shot. Finally at a kill. And with that, a bit of a neutral objectives will be hindered for the side of Team Unity College. But hey, Nagaland University, they are getting a good start as of now.
Very good start here. Looking at the posting of the optimization so far, Usopp trying to go for the talisman, I presume, which is not really necessary. You have to go for the anti-heal first. The going one is definitely going to be one of the most important choices that they could go so far because they are going to be in need of that. A lot of healing potential is already there from the side of college, Unity College here. So that might not be very best of an option, but why can he onto the other side, scouting out the reason here and there, a bit of a goal lead coming through into the hands of Skyzen in comparison to a Morphling here because of the early game ganks. But into the mid side, the old people, he will not be dying anytime soon, and he also knows that. So he's like, oh, look at the jump.
Oh, the jump really was good, but at the same time, Potato Fry will be taken down. That's Khalid for you, though. Oh my goodness, BMI was the with the Rhythm of Joy was
Oh.
really such a good combo. But that's a double kill into the answer. Let's make it triple. Oh, maybe a maniac. No, looks like it's going to be
Yeah.
Anna taking away a kill. It's only Zaytian who is still alive, trying to get a clearance on. But with Skyzen onto the mid lane, that is really, really not possible. Look at that. They have definitely reached towards the inhibitor so quickly.
You know, it's more funny because given the fact that Anna is on to the Lethal Innocent rather than Impure Rage or even the Temporal Rain, and most of the kills is going into the hands of White Kenny who's on the Concussive Blast. That's a lot to say, but it could sell though. I don't know what he's trying to
Oh.
achieve here.
One last turtle that's going to be hands into the hands of Unity College, and with that, Anna taken down, who is not on Fredrin, not even on a tank jungler, is realizing that why am I the one taken down first? But with that, that's going to be Potato Fry onto the front lane. I don't believe he will, even if he pops his Minoan Fury, there is no saying that they will be taken down with the Minotaur. That is also a very good pick, talking about the Zaytian, but at the same time, it is much of a hero that is just taken down. And once again, they're trying to go in for more. Wait a minute. That's going to be the Clot going out of the way. But knowing old people, he might just jump in. But before that, the Holy Shield needs to be taken out.
Holy Seal is gonna be removed again into the 8 minute of the match, like we saw into the game number 1 as well. Very, very good energy coming through from the side of Nagaland University, even though they were losing onto the early phases of the game. They're trying, but never mind. Ikutsa will be taken down while he was caught farming for his red buff. Not really the best case scenario for them because most of the time, if you could see the engages happening, it was mainly Ikutsa who was the one doing the job, and he hadn't been able to find the early momentum, and that kind of got lost somewhere. And Nagaland University are caught in a position where they can't even go for the fights because they know that they are not going to be winning it out.
Oh, Milan Fury, along with the Zaytian's ultimate, the Fury of Phoenix did not work out very well, but at the same time, Unity College really pushing down, taking down one. That's going to be Jen with a question mark. They are pushing as much as possible, but realizing that the overextension might not be just it and going in for the turrets. Talking about the turrets, I do believe that the Lord's going to come in very soon, and with the Lord, what is it going to be? There's no Holy Shield anymore to save them up.
Yeah, that's why no Holy Seal, just base turret standing barely. But at least they have 3 of the base turrets still standing, but onto the other side, it's the 9 minute, 8 minute Lord. And they have completely ignored the third turtle, I presume. And this will eventually come in favor of the side of Unity College, but look at the rough waves.
Oh, the Rockets really hit right at the spot, but at the same time, they were not able to get anything right here. Realizing the load is still around the corner, they are not completely going in for a full attack mode, but at the same time, Claude, though, he's having a bit of a farm, so that is good.
Yeah, a bit of a farm is quite necessary for a Claude, but then again, it's not the same Claude as it used to be. He needs a lot of optimization here, which is kind of rare for Moblin right now because he hasn't been able to get a perfect targeting onto the blazing duet. Because when we see him popping onto that, it doesn't really quite deal the damages that they want it to be. With a lot marching into the mid side, the turrets are into the focus here. Look at that engage.
Oh, once again, the Lord taking down the BMI starts right there, dealing a bit of a chip damage right there for Unity College. But at the same time, they do have enough resources to regen themselves. Oh, wait a minute. Joy tried to go for the back line, but no, Skyzen realizes with the spinning heavy wheels, tearing down the mid turret, tearing down 2%. The third, who is it going to be? They jump in, and that's going to be
Oh, wow.
a full wipe out. And Team Unity College getting a victory in a clean sweep.
That was the very cleanest of the cleanest sweep that we have seen so far. Only 2 kills across the board from the side of Nagaland University and 0 deaths onto the first game as well. But yep, that was amazingly well done from the side of Unity College there. We could see that they were the one with the better chances, with the better engages, with the better draft, and they were able to pull out the heroes that Nagaland College University were going for, and on top of that, the engages were perfectly on point. Why Kenny onto the roaming position? He's the one with 6 kills, and the roamer with the most kills. Tell me about it. But Skyzen though, he's perfectly performing, right? The positionings were good, the engages were perfect, and he had a lot of frontliners that he can work around with.
Definitely. Very well played coming in from the side of community college. They made sure to capture every, you know, every single moment where, and they did not give any opening, which is also another good thing. But my goodness, what a match going down. But don't worry, guys, we still have more to come up. We still have four more teams who are yet to qualify. We are yet to know who is it going to be. Day by day, even though this is the round of 16 as of now, it is still getting intense given the fact that we are actually seeing familiar names playing, representing a college.
That's right. Now we have
So,
to. Yeah, we gotta go for the next game,
yep,
right?
we gotta take a small break and we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Till then, see ya. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again towards the series number 2. This is going to be the fifth team who is going to qualify for the top 6, top 8. So let's see. So far, looks like the draft has started. With me once again, it's going to be Debbie, and Debbie, let's go. Look at that, the blue and the Marcel. I feel like again that is a targeted ban.
Blue and Marshall. These two are the heroes that you wanna ban out into the first phase, even if you are onto the blue side, especially when you don't wanna play those heroes. Introducing the teams though, it's gonna be Immanuel versus Saint Joseph University this time around, and Akai and Atlas. Looks like it's something new, right? They are trying to stick with the bans onto the meta here. Now I'm liking it in comparison to the game number 1.
Definitely, they did make sure to get the tankiness out of the way. And talking about the tankiness, that's going to be the Fredrin getting targeted along with Freya. It is a very good ban so far, but still the heroes are open. I feel like even a,
Mm.
Balman could fit right in.
Oh.
But at the same time, it is not a preferred hero. Like people would actually pick up a saber against a Ling nowadays a lot, but not a Balman, which is kind of baffling me. But there you go, Paquito being open. We are getting a first pick Paquito. What about a Phobius?
Oh yeah, Phoebus can come too here if this side can play it. Other than that, I don't know. Maybe they will be eventually trying to go for those. Okay, there we go. They are going it. So Phoebus coming through with the Paquito as well. I don't think Claude is gonna be a good option now. So either they have to go for the carry or even the carry is gonna be a bit iffy. The Harris does really well here in comparison to other marksmen, other goal laners. But it's the first pick after all, so you don't want to risk it down to the gold just yet. So yeah, there we go. It's gonna be the Gord. A bit of a deny, I would say, because Phobius, the Gord does really well against the Phobius.
Definitely. And on top of that, the lane clearance is really good, so he could just rotate quickly. And with the new type of jungling mechanism, I believe, into the mid lane, it is really important for you to have that absolute domination. And to picking up the same kind of a poke, it's going to be the Zaytin coming in with a Grog. That is interesting to see. And it's been like kind of a long time no see kind of a hero where I have not seen a Grok being deployed, but on top of that, okay, this is interesting. Even though there are a lot of heroes open, still that's going to be a comfort hero jumping in. So I feel like that is good in a way.
Uh, Now that I can think about it, it's a ah. I think yeah, you're right. It has to be comfort. Other than that, no way there's the Granger will come to these early on, especially against the Paquito or even the Zetian. The Zetian. No, the frontliner is definitely going to be needed here. They have to have something of a very good tankiness onto the side, onto the other side, so that they will be able to play with the Granger so much more. But with the Leomord ban, Leomord is very popular ban, right? They can ban
Definitely.
another jungle. What is good?
Oh, highly possible. Another jungle, maybe that could be the band that they need, but at the same time, maybe. Oh, yep, that's gonna be a jungle. We are gonna see a YSS getting banned off. I was expecting something onto the tanky side. I still feel against an Akai. There is one hero that I'm forgetting, which is very tanky, and it is working in jungle very good right now.
Uh, okay. With the Yeezans and Wingman, I think it's kind of not really that much of a what do I say? A hero that you cannot control, because Season you can actually have a very good dive if you put it together with the Zetian as well as the Paquito. But I think I like the fact that they have to pull up the Suyo here, very versatile, very mobile, as well as a good damage on top of that. But I like the Hylos more here because what was I saying when this is what I was expecting when they pick up the Granger. You need a very tanky frontliner, a horse in particular. They can actually help together with the position that the Granger will be playing in. So another answer we come to here against the Granger. What do they want to play here? Claude gone, Moskov gone. The only option is the carry, and the carry doesn't really do well against the Granger actually.
Definitely doesn't do very well. So, oh, the other jungler that I was talking about is the Bakshia. We have not seen a Bakshia getting picked quite a lot, but hey, Augustine going in with a Beatrix, long time no see. Again, kind of falls into a comfort as of now, but at the same time is doing very, very well in this meta as well. So, would love to see how the positioning would be since mobility wise, both the sides have enough onto their hands.
Mobility is all controlled out. But I like the fact that they have a Phobius and a Highness together in one place, but only the Granger is gonna be something I'm iffy about. But there's no direct control onto the Joy just yet, so it's definitely gonna be a good Joy game, especially into the early stages of the game. This is the second time we are gonna be seeing a Joy, but let's see how it will be able to do so much better than the previous Joy, because like you said, mobility is coming in handy and the damage is also out there, and Joy has been a bit of a counter when it was really good against the trio. So we are actually reverting back to those meta, and I don't actually mind if they can hold on onto the early game and try to stop out the snowball from happening for the trio. Then I think maybe the joy can eventually work out.
Definitely, this is the new kind of heroes that we are definitely looking forward to. And with that, Suyu versus A. Joy is just an interesting pair as well. So let's see into the ladder, John. Here we go. This is the second series where St. Joseph College are trying to go against Immanuel College, trying to get that victory. Let's see which college will be qualifying for the next top eight.
Yep. See here. Now this is what we're talking about here. The continuation of a jungling pattern. They are going for the opposite sides here. A bit of a focus from Immanuel collates onto the bottom lane side, which means that they wanna know that they also know that they have a good control onto the XP side, so they might eventually wanna have a good contest onto the turtle as well. But onto the other hand, Saint Joseph is trying to move towards the goal lane just a little bit more, so that they will be able to have a good and a fast pick off, which usually doesn't happen most of the time because it's a goal laner after all. You're gonna play it safe, so it's gonna be better if they were trying to go for the contest onto the turtle. But then again, it's against a joy. Skadooz is on a joy, so you gotta know how they will have to maneuver around it.
Definitely. Let's see what is it going to be now that you know the teams are in trying to get the first blood. Let's see if the first blood
Eh?
comes in and at the bottom late or not because the one of the heroes that is going to be the Paquito is really having a bit of an easier time. But oh, looks like there is a bit of a pressure coming in. Joy with the rhythm of joy goes into the bot lane, almost taking down Paquito.
Yep. And also another flicker being bond by a very good engage. One thing I would like to mention again is that even though you are a Fulvius, you need to get that level 4 to try to counter out the place of the Paquito there. So it's not really recommended for them to go for the 1v1 situation where you're not even level 4 just yet. So, but it was a very good early rotation coming through from Skadooz as well. He was able to dive onto the backline so much, not onto the backline, into the turret so much that they sent them away. But mid lane though.
Ooh, mid lane, the first blood, the pressure is definitely high right there, and that's the joy. Getting the jungler down, that's gonna be the Suyu. And the joy having that kind of a snowball, that is going to be really, really a lot.
Most of the time when you see this kind of heroes into the jungle, the pressure is not onto the neutral objective, it's more onto the fights, and they have been fighting, especially for the side of Immanuel here. Look at the bot lane.
Not liking the pressure coming in, and it is a Paquito, so he needs to be taken down. So the team Emmanuel are really trying to, make sure to get that comfortable position in. So none of the members will be surprised by a very farmed up Paquito. So with that, going in for a gank, okay, that's going to be the god who's trying to go for a setup. But the tank, the high loss, popped up his alchemist thinking he is going to go for that.
Now I love the fact that Immanuel University are trying to focus a bit more. Oh wait,
Once again, the rhythm of joy takes on the Suyu. This time around, he's not having a comfortable position, not even the tank coming up to stun them out. There you go. Joy. Absolute domination.
that was a Skadoos doing a very perfect damage, but mid lane.
Oh, the Fury of Phoenix once again. That's the revitalize helping them. The Mystic Gush is just going to shoo them away. This is what a gang should look like. Look at that. A lot of resources being put on.
Yeah, that was amazing here. But yeah, that was the final, the only kind of sets that they were wanted to go for, but 27 still survives here. So I don't know if it was a good idea here, looking at the emblems and the itemizations. We have for rapid bits for Senorita there. So Seema eventually wanted to go for the glowing one first and then go for the damages after that. And a Hunter Strike could be possible item for Musashi as well. But look at that, Skadoos again.
Once again, the rhythm of joy that's kind of slowed down with the glorious pathway as well. And
Ooh.
Laylout taken away. Like, imagine you are a tank in just two members, just a one slowdown and one jungler who is doing all of the damage taken down. That is definitely a lot. And let's not forget that Morny is also getting farmed up as well. So he's trying to go for the clutch steal, but no space given. Wait a minute. There you go. Skarush takes away the turtle. But the top lane, the bottom lane, that was definitely a lot. Even though he was taken down 2 to 3 times. Yep, 2 times already. Still, he managed to take down Omelette. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a pressure coming in onto the mid lane. 27 faces a bit of the arrows coming in from the Suyu. Suyu's very, very sneaky. Tries to go for the god, but gets spotted out.
That was amazing coming through from the side of Immanuel as well, not trying to go for the fight. Even though Musashi was able to win onto the fights here, but look at another engage.
Oh, he's unable to get out of the way, even though Skadush doesn't have any kind of a crowd control. It was just pure damage coming in, and the team's really getting all of that into the mid lane. They try to go 27, taking out too much damage onto himself, and that is soaking up every single day that St. Joseph University are giving in. He's still able to survive. I do believe Revitalize is just there around the corner. Revitalize coming in.
Oh,
From the Lilloch, but wait a
Oh.
minute, that was a very good set, but he himself will be falling down. That's going to be a
dang.
Griffin taken down as well. Suyu, he's facing the wrath of the demonic forces, but hey, mid lane in danger.
It's in danger, and I think it's definitely going to be taken down by Immanuel yet again. They are already taking on to the bottom lane as well. Thanks to Skadoos, I would say, because he has been rotating quite a lot. But another one?
Oh my goodness, he goes for one more, but the timing was just not in on his hands as of now. Look at that, they're trying to go for more, but as of now, St. Joseph University will have to wait it out. They will have to just, get a farm up as of now.
They have to go for that, but then again, the lineup from the side of Emmanuel is made to go for the snowball because you know that the Grandeur is dependent onto the early phases of the game. But yes, Skadoos, man, calm down, my buddy. You gotta chill out. But other than that, I would say it was a really amazing rotation coming through from him as well. 2 kills already for Morvin. That is definitely gonna be a good sign from the side of Immanuel University because Granger, who have a good stack onto the Sky Pacer as well as the Capriccio, you really, really have a very good time in that. And I think you want to go for the BOD as well. Turtle is definitely going to be taken into the hands of Kurosaki. The first win across the board, I would say, but they already lose out onto all of their outer turrets there, so not really the best case scenario here. Holy Crystal will be onto the bill from Skadoos here, and when he gets that, look at him going in.
Oh, he's trying to go do something right here, but at the same time, the teams are looking forward to one more kill. Oh, the Fury Phoenix pops them, but this big gush is right on point. That's the Satan taking out double kill into the Antis Kaduja and a killing spree for this Ranger. The only person who was just alive was just the Kurosaki. He really had a no good time right there.
Yeah, it's not really much of a good time. But yeah, this is the Suya that suffered a fate against a Magic Damage Dealer here. Skadoos getting all the highlights today, man. No deaths just yet. Whenever there's a kill onto him, it's gonna be a big bounty. But one thing I would like to mention is that 7 minutes of the game, and he already got the Holy Crystal. That is way more than good for a Joy to come through and get the Holy Crystal.
Ooh, once again, Musashi really have just, on the brink of the death. But my goodness, he made it out alive. But at the same time, it's going to be the side of team Emmanuel College pushing out every single thing. Look at them, 11 kills, and compared to the side of Team St. Joseph, it's just one as of now, and they will have to look to forward for a bit of kills into the hands of Suyu, because if he gets the snowball even at this point of the game, he can still turn around the game. But the only problem is Hylos as well as the Phoebes are not letting him in any instances, be it the Lord as well and Skadoosh. My goodness, this guy is just unstoppable. Goes in every single lane, which is quite open off, and he is absolutely dominating that.
He is single-handedly doing everything into the good side here. He just left out the goal laners to be handled by the goal laner and the jungle, no, and the tank and the mage. And he's just been constantly poking onto the bottom lane there. It's definitely the Paquito who's gonna be suffering a lot of all the rest. And now with the Lord coming through, I don't think it's gonna be a good idea for the side of Saint Joseph to go for the contest because it's not really for them. Oh, wait, Skadoos!
Oh, wait a minute. He's trying to go for the Musashi because he knows if he targets the Granger, that's going to be a little bit of a game over for them. So taking down the Paquito will be a very good choice. But hey, the tectonic shot was so on point. Two members caught in, and still he himself will be taken down as well. 27 will be falling down. The Mystic Gush, really, really a lot right there. And Kurosaki getting out of the way safely. He made it out alive. But what about the Lord?
Yeah, the Lord is not good here. Skadoos trying to go in again, but the first time in this match, Kurosaki, never mind Skadoos. That's gonna be a big
Oh,
shutdown coming through here. Finally, Musashi taking his revenge, and well, look at that. It's gonna be a bit of a turnabout of events from Saint Joseph, but still, everything has been in favor from the side of Immanuel College there because every side of the turret has been taken down. The Lord is in their favor. Even with the shutdown onto Skadoos, he's already done so much for the team that that the Granger, Marvin, he's already got a stack. He's already got all the Capriccio stacks that he needed to spam onto those Rapsidos here. But now, look at that there. A bit of a position coming through. Musashi has got to be still careful. He does have the damage, but it's not going to be enough to take all the tanks down.
definitely true, Debbie. But look at that. They need a chance. For the side of St. Joseph University, they had the chance.
Mhm.
Taking down the Joy, they actually opened up the river area for themselves, but Emmanuel College taking back again. Kurosaki taken down the Sky Piercer, hitting right on point. That's going to be an easy loss for Emmanuel College. Look at them. They're trying to go in. Oh, that's a dead cap coming in from a streamer. And there you go, bottom lane. Paquito is facing something. He's trying, that's going to be 27 who is trying to block off some passes, but no,
Oh.
pass blown off from the Zaytian. But wait a minute, Paquito tried to go for the back lanes. He will be taken down. That's a godlike 7 kills stacked up. Maybe one more because he is looking quite low, and that's a double kill. So they go for Mercenarita, taking down Augustine. Fearless is just how to fear right now.
Yeah, perfect positioning coming through from Senorita as well, and very good idea from the side of Emmanuel to go for the fights because they know that they are under the lead in comparison to the goal and the kills as well. 5k goal is what they have, and most of the goal is into the hands of Skadoos as well, and the Granger too, Marvin. And with the builds that he already has so far, he's still yet to build out the BOD, which I thought was gonna be the third item. But yeah, concentrated energy for the side of Skadoos, which will be making him so much tankier, and that will be making it easier for him to dive into the backlines. And meanwhile, for Augustine, he doesn't have the damage. He have the only 2 items on board, and that's not the best bursty items here because if you looked at the side of Emmanuel, they are so tanky and they are so mobile. On top of that, they have so much range with just Senorita on the board to always be able to drone him away, and it's gonna be tough, right? They might be able to defend this onto the brighter side, but they may be losing their inhibitors.
Oh, the inhibitor lot jumps in. That's going to be the side of Team Emmanuel College realizing just to not go in for more because overextension can lead to the game getting lopsided and taken away from them. Wait a minute, it's going to shot the back like this. Augustine, even with the flicker, was not able to survive. Double kill, just like that, onto the front lanes. That is the Granger dealing that damage. Look at that. The amount of damage is really purely crazy. And this time around, Emmanuel College is really having a good time with their picks.
What do you need the Winter Crown for when you can just leave in here and there electrifying beats yet again?
Oh, look at them. Kurosaki taken down. The Mystic Gush is actually hitting them at a right point. The base is all open. What are they going to do? Even with just few minions, even with one cannon minion, it is quite possible to take away your base. But as of now, the teams will be moving back, but realizing 27 might be giving a good set, I do believe they need to jump in. But before that, take away all the resources.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to do here because at this point of a time, since Joseph, University are just being in a position where they cannot really even go out of their own base. Yes, they are able to hold out onto the two of their inhibitors, but it's onto the side lane, so it's gonna be easier, a bit easier to defend when the Lord comes through. But other than that, I think they don't have the ways to go for the re-engagement potential. There is a gourd, a glue, I mean a grog, but it's fine. But then again, even if they go for the engages, there is always a possibility for Immanuel to come back again and go for the fights because Skadoo is already so fat. When you have the good beats onto the electrifying beats and dives in into the backline, it will always be a sure kill for them and they know this. So that's why they are not going for any kind of engage potential and trying to stay patient as much as possible. Wait for this next lot to come through and pray that they will be able to defend this again.
At this point, take down the Granger, take down the Joy. It could be a very easy game for you, but at the same time, Emmanuel College really aggressive onto the Lord, takes it away. They're trying to go towards the bottom lane, putting a bit of a pressure right there, but at the same time, that's going to be them not picking up a fight. So far, they do realize, taking a fight after the Lord can lead to a bad decision. So why not go for the lane sync? Try to give a bit more damage, a bit more farm into the hands of Granger, but wait a minute. Layla, will he be able to deliver? Because his sets are not bad, but the only problem is that the team is not having enough damage to actually get a good counter on them. But with that, it is going to be a bit of a pause, so that the team will have a bit of a time to think about what they are trying to go for.
Especially for the side of St. Joseph University, right? Because they haven't been even winning out onto the single turrets there. They took one turtle, and that was about it. And it was because for Immanuel, they know that they will just give out the turtle and try to trade it out with kills and a turret on bottom lane, and that's how they lose it out. So everything is good for the side of Immanuel here. But I also think that maybe for the Grok, if he was on a different spell like the Flicker, that could have been a possible re-engagement, so that or a surprise engages that can caught off guard that can caught Emmanuel off guard, so that can be a bit of a comeback that they won. But that cannot really happen because Caduce is looking quite ready to dive in again with the Lord.
Definitely, he's all farmed up. He has the item in his hands as well to do the same. But look at them. The teams, the Fury of Phoenix really stops them out. And that's going to be the Musashi trying to go onto the back lights. And Omelette is trying to get out of the way. He's taken down. But Skadoosh, wait a minute. What just happened? Him down. That's like, a 3v4 situation. The Granger is still there as their primary damage dealer, trying to do as much as possible. Omelette as well as 27 taken down too low. That means the Granger is a bit vulnerable. This is a very good time to jump in, but they need to wait out a bit of resources from the god as well. Wait a minute. He tries to turn it. He's taken out too long, but the stand from this high loss was just enough for him to fall down as well. He almost got the Granger, but this time around, the game is they are trying to get a bit of a damage as well. But oh my goodness, Omelette, that was such a close call.
That was almost a close call here. If there was a bit of a damage into the hands of the Zetian, it could have been extra kill. But Fearless is trying to go for a bit of a utility there, even with the lack of the damages. It's not really recommended to go for the fleeting time because I don't think it really worked here in this scenario. They kind of need an anti-heal to come through first rather than going for those cooldowns. But yeah, still, they have no inhibitors left. All the base turrets are gone. Only the base is completely standing alone. With the Lord coming through again, that can come online now. But bot lane, Musashi.
Oh, look at them. That is definitely a lot. You shouldn't have done that. I get it that you want to get a bit of a split push coming in, but at the same time, this is not the time where the team needs you the most.
I think he's trying to go for a bit of a split push material. But then again, if you talk about a Paquito, that's the way it's gonna be played here. But they already lose out all of their base turrets, and then they don't have any of uh, their side having that damages. And even if you get caught, even if you are able to set up for the bottom lane, I don't think it's worth it because it's gonna be so much better for the side of Immanuel when they get the Lord. The minions will be super minions. It's gonna be stronger, and they will not be able to defend it out that easily. So the freeze, the lane sync is definitely gonna be happening for the side of Immanuel. They already got the Lord here, which is gonna be evolved. By the way, it's already 18 minutes into the game. I'm still surprised that Saint Joseph are able to handle on for this long.
That is true. Look at them. They're not giving up just yet. They are going to get that damage in. They are definitely gonna make sure to get a bit on defense as well. But will it be possible? Because they need to try to distract the Lord as well. Look at that. They definitely did it, but they will be hit with another pause.
I think for now, with the Lord coming in, it's the best way to end the game is to go together with the evolved Lord because the Lord and which is evolved will always give you a defense and a more damage, and you want to have that. You'll be dealing more damage than you already have, and I'm actually fearing because for now, Morvine and Skadoos already have so much damage, and if you combine it together with the Lord passive, it's definitely going to be a good one here.
Ooh, let's see what is it going to be. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. The Lord is jumping in. The Mystic Gush is so quite a lot, and the Beatrix is down. That means the lane clearance is really looking not good. And with the immortality as well, Musashi will be falling on Skadoosh to takes away out of the way unharmed. But my goodness, that's gonna be the college Emmanuel taking away a victory onto their hands.
Yeah, that was smooth. And I'm pretty sure the MVP might be Skadoos, but he did not get it. Oh,
Oh,
it's actually
oh,
Morvine. I don't mind
yeah,
though, because he's 15 kills, 80 stacks onto the station. God damn.
crazy.
So,
Definitely a lot. And with Senorita also having the second highest assist as well. Look at that. The positioning
um,
for the core members were really good.
most of the I think this is what happens right when you have an assassin and a snowballer goal laner. You want to play in this race. You have to control everything. It doesn't have to matter if you are getting the turtle or not. It has to be dependent on how you are able to play with your winning side. They have a winning side onto the XP lane, leaving away the Granger to get the farm alone, so that he will be able to stack onto the Capriccio so much faster and much safer. And they are trying to focus on to Musashi first because they know that Musashi will be the prime targeter of their side. He will become such a big threat for Marvin as well as for Senorita, and they know that would be eventually happening. So Skadoos mainly wanted to nerf down the damages of the Paquito by making him handicapped since the start of the game, and that eventually worked well for them because when you win out onto the XP lane, you will eventually be able to have a good security onto the neutral objective, that is the turtle. And when they had the turtle, a good goal was already given into the hands of Marvin as well. And I think those were the start of the snowballs. Small stuff that were happening across the map that helped them, that helped Emmanuel create this much of their goal lead and win the game eventually.
Definitely. The team really did not give away anything. Apart from a bit, West Kadosh was definitely jumping in very aggressively without his teammates made support and he was quite met with death. That was kind of understandable, but other than that, the team did have damage. But the only problem was the amount of zone, the amount of the counter damage was coming in onto their hands. They couldn't get an answer for that, so that was also a bit interesting to see. And on to the next game, we will have to see what the team will be trying to do, because for Team Emmanuel College, as of now, they are on a match point. With the match point, they will be getting a maybe a clean sweep, because that is still highly possible. As of now, there is no hopes fallen down. Both the sides still having 50-50. Let's see what how we will
Mm.
be trying to see.
Um, Marcel Ben as well as the Akai. These two teams are actually well versed with the way the drafting style happens because the meta bans is definitely these two heroes for now. They can ban away the forwards again because I feel like the forwards was actually very hard to handle. Is Yeah, it's actually tough to handle it when you are going into the against the when you wanna play the Paquito. But other than that, they bend away the Claude instead. Glue will come through as well. So they don't want a hero that can play into the late game, right? For the side of Immanuel.
Oh, definitely. Look at them. I feel like the if the Moscow is being open in this kind of a match, they should really go for it, especially for the side of red. They should not just think about it. Maybe they could get a victory with that, maybe not. But at the same time, the Eve is getting banned off. Eve is off. That means there's going to be a bit of a tankiness coming in.
Hmm. Look at that. They ban away the Zoe, so it's very understandable that they have to respect Bandy's hero. I don't know, man. It was so much of a good job, and I think it has something to do with them unable to even played with the Suyo because the Suyo has it's gonna be struggling quite a lot with the magic damages, right? And the Zoe have a lot of it. But yeah, first pick will be for Senorita there. It's definitely gonna be the Egyptian which have been completely left open. Both of the teams are yet to pick up the Freya as well. But with the change up onto the heroes here, the Atlas will be so much prioritized.
100% right there. Let's see if the Atlas. Okay, Atlas does get locked on, and with against Zushan, I do want to see a Lilia coming in could be a very good pick, but at the same time, the team might not go for those picks as well. There you go. There's going to be a Valir. Looks like the team are kind of getting a guess that it may be a tanky hero coming in, but what is the tanky hero that we are looking forward to? Is it going to be a Baksha? Is it going to be a Fredrin? Because it is still open, and the Fredrin in this composition might not be it. That too against Cavaliers.
Hmm. So they wanted to go for a hero that can eventually be able to help maneuver. But now I understand. I understand that for Saint Joseph, they have to defend. They have to ban away the Marcel so that they will not be any. There will not be nothing that the Atlas can, be countered by. So I've liked it. But with the Valir so early on, Assassin can come through against for Caduce. BT, isn't Caduce a familiar name here? I think he's from Eternal, right?
Yes, you're
I thought
correct
I thought
about
he was an
that.
experience. Oh, okay, okay.
He definitely played very well with the Joy, and no wonder he got his hero banned off as well. In this meta, banning Joy, that just means only one. Respect that
Yeah,
it is.
respect. Yeah,
Oh,
respect. Uh,
but Freya is here onto the
That's
goal
good.
lane.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. I do want to see how the scenario would be, or is it going to be an EXP Freya, because still a flex hero.
Yeah, it's like on some occasions when you are so good onto the Freya, it's still fine to play into the XP lane because he controls the XP lane so much. And in this meta where late game heroes are so much of a priority. I think the Freya can also be a bit of an experienced hero so that they can get the tankiness. But I think Atlas needs a bit of a hero that can set together with him. So I don't know what kind of draft that they would want to go for here because Freya is not a boost checker, and Atlas kind of need someone to engage first rather than him to go in afterwards. So with the ban onto the Harley, they might want to ban away the jungle again. There we go. It's gonna be the Fredrin. With the Moskov gone, what else is available, Peachy?
Oh, with the Moscow also gone. I was expecting the Moscow to be opened up for either of the sides, but that's not going to be the case today. Understandable, but at the same time, for talking about the options, we might be able to see the Granger once again, maybe the P trade, but from Augustine, I don't think so because the match was just not it. But what about the carry? Could be a pick, but at the same time, we'll have to think about the position really a lot.
Mm.
Like if you just overextend even 1 second, you will be met by that.
You know, that's why the carry becomes kind of iffy, right? It doesn't happen as a first pick, it comes later on, and I don't really mind. But Granger, Augustine will be the. Oh, wait, there we go. It's gonna be the link that's coming through. I was actually expecting an assassin to come through into the hands of Caduce because there is already a Valier. And there's no way you want to go for the tankiness. And I was also expecting for Saint Joseph to ban away the assassin rather than the Fredrin because they already have the Valier to handle the Fredrin. But I wouldn't mind that though because they already have a late game hero for their side. The Granger will come through here against the clean. Well, in this scenario, I don't mind the clean because they already have a second hero carry. That's the Link.
Saber, Saber,
River?
for a second. Saber, no, that's not a saber. I mean, could have been a good pick there. Come on. Senorita is squishy. Monre is squishy as well. And on top of that, you do have Skadoosh, your main arch nemesis. But it's okay. Even the Suyu works out very well. Could be working out so good with the escape as well. But at the same time, I am kind of worried about the link because there is Musashi who is onto a scaling hero and that too on an EXP lane.
Talk XP lane, I think I like Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is one of the rarest hero into the XP lane that I love to play it against the Valier because Valier usually believes a lot of the tanky members that usually happens to be a tank and the XP laners, right? But Lapu Lapu does have a bit of a CD reduction and a crowd control immunity, so that works well. If you want, you have enough time to dive into the Valier when you time your skills right, and that can eventually coming in handy. But you know what? I don't think the Lapu will be the one handling the Valier. It should be the Link that will be able to handle the Valier. And other than that, everything will be good. But you know, they have to, for the side of Immanuel, they have to watch out for the Atlas sets that can potentially be coming through here.
I mean, if he's able to get at least three members being a very successful gang, because if you're able to at least down two members in that same team fight, you could be potentially having a bit of a better time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn, here we go. Let's see what this match entails, because as of now, Emmanuel College, who are onto the blue side, will be having a match point. That means if they win this match, they will be qualifying for the top eight. And with top eight as well, they will be met with so many good teams as well, good colleges who are almost, half of them are already qualified. So let's see what they are going to do. As of now, mid lane, look at that. I love that how Senorita is not giving away any of minions to Fearless.
See though, into the laning phase here. I don't know about the Freya and the Lapu Lapu. It has to be a bit of a 50-50 situation. But then again, if you talk about the clearance, the Freya will be so much better onto the clear because she can eventually be able to clear so much better and rotate so much earlier. And that's what they are gonna be playing around with. But into the mid side here though, Jushin almost eventually will be having the good lane because it's a Jushin after all. She bullies everyone into the mid side here, especially even when you are against the Valier, and that's what they are are doing right now. Bit of an early rotation up on top lane coming through from the side of Saint Joseph. They will not be achieving anything just yet because they are not level 4, but they are giving a bit of a gank here and there, trying to stop anything from happening so that their goal laner will not be getting taken down that easily.
Oh, definitely. Look at that. Now, once again, onto the top lane, there's a bit of. Oh, Ling will be better by 3 members. I don't like that the Ling is bush checking, but at the same time, knowing that he can get out of the way safely is just not there. Musashi, will he be the first blood? His shield is up, but what about it? 27 jumping in? That's going to be a kill under the hands of 27. There comes Atlas as well, trying to freeze it up. Kurosaki jumps in. There's a stun, and Lilao takes that kill away. Senorita with the low mana is trying to get out. Omelette. My goodness. In Joseph University, having an easier time with Kurosaki getting a kill.
Definitely an easier time this time around. So the turtle definitely will be into their favor here with the Atlas coming through. Definitely well done, but you know what? I think the Clique wants to have something of that. Look at that.
Oh, once again, there's going to be Ling trying to pick up all the blades. Will be moving out of the way. Does have enough energy. But what about 27 as well as Omelette, who does get stunned up? Not looking good. Augustine picks up a kill. There's a flicker coming in from the Fearless as well, trying to connect the gap. And once again, that is going to be Team St. Joseph having the easier time.
The turtle finally for the first time in this game will be in favor for the side of Saint Joseph here, looking so much better than they did into that game number 1, and that has something to do with the win into the XP side, right? I did say that when you have a good winning XP lane, you will definitely get a good turtle here, and they are actually playing around that. A bit of an aid coming out onto the top lane side from the side of Saint Joseph. They are trying to stop anything from happening to their Granger. They are playing for Augustine this time around because they know that when they have the stacks onto the Sky Piercer, when he is able to get to the snowball, he will be the one eventually winning the team of their team fights here. Look at Engage though, Kurosaki again onto the Suyo without the threat of a Joy. I think he's doing so much better now.
That's true. And Skadoosh, under the first game, he was on an early game hero where he's able to at least deal 50%, taking away 50% of the enemy's HP. But this time around, onto the link, the scenarios are different. So that early game is kind of missing. And with Senorita onto that, the Zushin as well needs the Sky Piercer stack, needs that itemization as well. It is just not it for now. But maybe it's the mid to the late game, they will be able to pick it up. But as for Team St. Joseph University, really having that easier time. I do believe they will be able to pick up another turtle easily because 27 this time is getting met by so much damage. It's just not one member. He needs to be wary of the Valista and he needs to be wary of Augustine who is dealing damage. Look at that. Even if it's 2 less damage, still it is still a lot. What about the red?
Oh.
That's good news. Takes it away. 10 pistol blades comes in. 27 jumps in with the raging sandstorm. They don't want to engage as of now, knowing they have used a lot.
Yeah. That was actually very good coming through from Skadoos, man. I thought he was gonna be nerfed down with the ban on the Joy, but he doesn't care. He won the link for himself and got the turtle. This will be in favor for the goal laner rather than the other lanes more because that is a clean. You need that to have that snowball potential. But Kurosaki though, he will be getting onto the Hunter Strike this time around with 0. That's 2 kills already. He's actually having a best time onto the Suyo here. But 27 though, he's scouting out the bushes to check where the rotation will come through from the side of Saint Joseph here. This is what you want to do on a Khalid. Screen out the rotation coming through from the jungler so that your jungle pattern will not be clashing and you will have so much successful ganks. And I love that even when they were able to steal out the turtle, they did not force to go for the fights. They disengaged because they got what they came for, and they eventually back away, giving them a good equalizer onto the gold.
Definitely. Let's look forward to what's going to happen, given the fact that the team at the bottom lane is facing a bit of a pressure, but onto the mid lane as well. That's going to be Augustine. I kind of like that he is very proactive as of now, being onto the mid lane as well, being going onto the top for the farm, trying to share the farm with the Valir, and Valir
Mm.
positioning himself very well as well. So this time around, the team has really got it well onto their hands, but okay, Skadoosh really tried to steal that up, and that was just a no-go for him. On back again, purple buff. He cannot be living without that. So that is really a lot. And with that, once again, the turtle going down. Maybe, possibly, because Link, I don't think he might be coming in at the very right time.
One thing that I would like to say about the lineup, the 1v1 situation that's happening onto the XP side from Omelette and Musashi. Musashi is so ready to win out onto the game, into the team fights, because he was able to clear out onto the minions so much earlier that made it easier for him to rotate with the team. And now they were able to secure out the turtle again. But yeah, with 5 members down onto the turtle pit, it made it easier for the clean to eventually get the turret on top lane, and this will be working well in favor because they did not lose out onto the turtle without any cost. There was a compensation. They did not lose that much of a goal because the goal is already equalized, still 2020. And look at that, Marvin is onto a sky piercer. Clean kind of needs sky piercer.
Definitely, and on the bottom lane as well. They're trying to open up. Now, again, it is the 7 minutes closing down to the 8. That means the teams will be looking forward to open up. But Skadors will be met with the fatal links, with the flicker. They pop the conceive, trying to go to the bottom lane. Immanuel College also makes a counter play, but being Freya, he has the mobility, but late getting that bravest fighter at the very right moment.
Nice, well done. I don't think this time around Skadoo's not really living up to the plays that he had made into that game number 1. But I don't blame him though. It's a Ling with a lot of pressure there. But yeah, top turret taken down, mid turret as well. Onto the bot lane, it will be taken down again if it doesn't stand longer. But other than that, still fine from the side of Immanuel here because they have a late game hero for the link to come through. The clean will be the placeholder for now. But other than that, Saint Joseph are doing so good in this place. They are doing so good with the synergy. They are doing so good with the engages that they have been doing here. But another engage might come through. Look at that.
Engage is definitely here on the bottom lane. The bravest fighter stands up too, but yep, that's gotta be Morian with the double kill as well. He gets a kill. He's looking forward to one more. Musashi looking quite
Okay.
low. The sags did not connect there right on time. And the Lord is here. The Ling as well as so the Ling is kind of forcing Kurosaki to be at the the top lane so that they could go in for the turtle. But Clint needs a bit of a cool off time, so that just kind of not here for them. And with that mid lane, it being open, so the purple buff of Ling is gonna be really in danger. But back again, Atlas is here. Look at that. Oh, 27. He is just right there trying to reset his skills, trying to get his cooldown up as quickly as possible. Look at that. He's going to be met by damage as of now. That's the
Okay.
fake link with the flicker. 27 jumps in despite knowing he will be taken down. Augustine takes away the kill. This time around, Centers of Using not stopping. Omelette will be taken down as well. 2 members down, and this is where Team St. Joseph University will be taking the Lord and possibly take away those inhibitors as well.
It's like very good that Saint Joseph were trying to go back after the engage, but it was a bit of a mistake coming through from 27 to go back in again. A blue buff will not be stolen just yet because the Tempest of Blood will be sparing Skadoos of the kill. But other than that, everything looks bleak for the side of Immanuel now because the Lord will be coming down into the top side. A lot of damages will be already into the hands of Saint Joseph. No, it's gonna be a good step for Augustine as well onto the Granger, and there's no one that who can dive into onto the Granger just yet because Caduce was supposed to be the one to do that, but he haven't been able to dive into the backline because the Atlas is always together with his team. And you know, when you are on an Atlas, you will just have to ult everyone who is onto your front, and he's been doing so good with the way he's been saving his teammates.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Caduce though, onto the backlines. Nah, this is not really a good sign, man. He's gonna be taken down yet again. Okay, the dive potential is not out there. 0 kills, 2 deaths. And I think it's definitely gonna be something to do with the hero as well. You know, you are very mobile, but you don't have the damages if you are unable to get the early game very well. But yep, mid lane though, that might be a bit of a focus coming to here yet again. But nothing much that they can do about it just yet, because Kurosaki, he's gonna farm, try to set up for the long lanes first, and get out those heroes, no, the minions in, and maybe set up for the Lord, because the Lord will be going through onto the bottom lane side, which will be easier so much for them. Even though they haven't been able to take out it, even one inhibitors, it's gonna be fine, because they still have time to get that together with the Lord. And now 27 though, scouting out again with the Khalid. Not as tanky as the Hylos, so yeah, not really recommended to go for this when you are not really the when you are the sole frontline here, because I don't think not Musashi, but I don't think Omelette is able to frontline in this Lapu Lapu because he has been taken down quite a lot, and yeah, that's not really the best case scenario for them. Fearless though, 0 kills yet, 0 deaths yet. This is a Valier against the Ling, and staying alive for the whole time into the 13 minutes of the game is quite impressive. With the Lord coming out though, a very good start coming to as well for the side of Saint Joseph here. They look like they want to have a good start here. Perfect take onto the Lord. Not much of contest coming through from the side of Immanuel College. Onto the top lane as well, Skadoo's will not be able to do anything just yet, because here, that is a Granger, and yep, he wouldn't die without the Tempest of Blade.
So far, looking quite good right there. Look at them. As of now, 8 kills. I like how the teams are kind of disciplined to not take for the kills and just go for when the Atlas gives them the set. So that is just working out very well for them. But Emmanuel College taking away the first game, they are unable to perform with having no early game into their hands. What about St. Joseph University taking that a lot? Look at them. Maybe, one in a better, especially the bottom lane might be taken down, but the lane management coming in is really good, especially for the side of Team Emmanuel College against Speed. Almost,
Oh.
almost taken down, but the fatal links was just it for that. Like, I really love how he targeted the Ranger, taking down 99% of his HP, but that was just it. And he kind of bought out the time so that the teams can actually clear the lanes.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for there. But other than that, I think the downside of picking a clean is that when you don't have that early game momentum or the snowball, you cannot really pull it off that easily. So they are trying to make it work with the Ling, but then the Ling doesn't have that much of a good time, so they have to be dependent on what the clean can do in this game. Because he's 10k gold, just 1.5k behind Augustine, still doable, but they don't have that damage just yet. So they have to wait out just a little bit, because the Granger is already full damage, a full build, full damage. And then for Kurosaki as well onto the Suyo, he is gonna be tanky, quite tanky, and I don't think he will be getting solid kill by Wuzan as well. Wuzan is yet to get a kill, or yeah, even an assist on top of that. So he's gonna have to play out the long lanes, because that's what the Link is very good at. So he's gonna have to do that. Other than that, there's no option for him to go into the team fights, because whatever set Immanuel is trying to go for, they have to be dependent on the clean to deal out the damages, and they have to wait just a little bit for him because I don't think he even have the stack onto the Sky Piercer just yet.
No, that's just true. Look at them now. Even with a Zushin, a hero which is considered into the meta, and it is kind of a hero that is just working out very well. Is still not getting that kind of a chance because the fatal links comes in very quickly. They're not getting any chance to react as well. Waleed trying to come in for a bit of a rescue as well. Will be just there around the corner, but at the same time, the law is going to be here in 10 seconds. There's only one way that the link can go in for the clutch, but will it be possible?
Yeah, let's go though. Let's see how they will be able to make it possible here. Still 0 deaths for Marvin, right? That will be a bit a bit good for Immanuel. Other than that, it's gonna be tough for them to have a comeback. So what they have to do is Link. Skadoo's in this time around doesn't have that much of a kill pressure. So all you have to do is try to play into the side lanes like a Moskov usually is, right? He can play the side lanes, don't die, because he can survive with the ultimate and fly away. That's the only thing that they can depend on. The other four can stay together into their own bases, so they will be not poked down that easily. They have to have a lot of protection onto their Clint, because I think for now, Mervin is the only one that can actually dish out the damages. Their mid laner is not a damage dealer because it's Senorita onto the Jushin, right? No Sky Piercer onto that because they gave it to the Clint. So with the lot coming through, not much of a good clearance, and they have to be careful of the Atlas for now so they can fold out just a little bit.
And you know what's scary? The Atlas does have the flicker. 27 taken down quite early on. Senorita really focusing on to lay low this time around. The law's gonna come in. What is it going to be? The team really has to clear the Lord before it hits the turret. Skadoo's really trying to bide out the time, but he knows, especially the Atlas, that his target would be Skadoo's, or else his backline will be taken down. A gifting Tiran to doing so much damage. Their Fatal Link did not connect there very well. Omelette also with the Prayer Fight. Oh, like, look at him standing forward, and once again, that's Augustine with a kill. Immortality popped off from Lado. Musashi looking quite low as well. Team Emmanuel can go in, but they will be meeting with that, so it's just better to clear those lanes.
Yeah, not really a good sign, but then again, they were able to defend onto the one Lord. But yeah, other than that, I think it's definitely gonna be a good win for St. Joseph if they are gonna take out into the second Lord as well, because there's not much of a good clearance coming through from the side of Immanuel, and yeah, they don't have that Lord clear that they wanted to have. But it's the mid turret that's taken down. They still have the side lanes, which is going to be so much easier to defend. But yeah, their position should be very crucial, especially onto Marvin, because Marvin is the only one that can do this. He have to have a stack onto the Sky Piercer. He need to have the full damage, but the downside is he's gonna get outranged most of the time. The range from Augustine is so much better. The range from Musashi is so much better. And even if he gets to survive onto that, Kurosaki might eventually be always ready to engage again.
That is true, and I actually can't believe that the Granger is working out so well right now, which is that's kind of crazy to see. But at the same time, the victory is not very far from the side of even that Saint Joseph University, who have been on such a good lead. What will the team try to do? Because they have one more lot to go for, and this lot might be the last if Team Emmanuel don't do anything. They need to take down the Atlas. They need to find someone very out of position, 27, who did find one, but at the same time, the team is very much going in for the lot, so they might not go in, and yeah, purple buff stolen.
Yeah, not really a
Skadoosh,
good
no.
sign here. Yeah, he's just trying to do that again, but without. Oh wait!
Oh, Fatal Lane,
Oh,
too much. The Lord goes into the hands of Immanuel College. They're losing members, but they lost three members. The death counters are so high right now. There was the Clint who took away the law. What just happened?
I don't.
Oh,
Be a possible end
wait a
though.
minute.
The
Oh,
Lord?
this
Who's
two
gonna be
cannon
coming?
minion. The base is looking good, and that's St. Joseph University making a comeback despite not getting the loss, still getting a victory, making the score 1-1.
Okay, okay, for now, Saint Joseph really read out the way that the side of Immanuel is gonna be playing ban out the joy, and your game is already ready to rumble here. Augustine knows really well that he's gonna be the supposed carry of the team here. And the protection that he get from the Louds and Fearless is really working out. And now this will be the same scenario onto the game number 3. They won't get the joy, and Skadoos will be handicapped, and that's what they wanted to do for. And there's not much of a follow-up damage coming through as well, even though with the clean, without the stacks, you cannot really do that. If the Lord was out a little bit early, they could have defended it, but the Lord was already too late. And with the presence of the Freya with this kind of build, you're always gonna be ending up onto the base, hitting it out, and easily ending the game. And what a good job, well done from the side of Saint Joseph here. Not much of a kill because they have been playing into the macro game. Very well done.
Definitely. What a comeback, though. That was just, they did really hold it out. There were a few times that we were able to see how they were kind of struggling with their own picks as well. There were times where Atlas was just not being able to come up with the stuns, but even that, they were keeping, even that being there, the team still had the damage. The team still made sure to deal the damage so that the team will be having the gold onto their hands. The Lord was gone. It was just where Kurosaki was really not getting the chance to get away from 27. He really did a wonderful job, but at what cost? The base is all gone. There was just
Yeah.
three members falling down. Like even if Omelette was there, maybe they could have done something there, but it's still very far stretched talking about it.
Yep. That was what it was happening here into the game as well. I think the Atlas should not be let go into the hands of Saint Joseph because he was the main source of, what do I say, target. He have always been,
Yeah.
yeah, he was the one creating everything good for the team. And even if there was some way to re-engage, he's always the one there with the team, making the side of Emmanuel to second guess everything of how they want to go in, and that stopped them quite a lot. And I don't think they will be changing up into the draft for now because they can play fine with it. All they have to do is ban out the Marcel, ban out the Joy, and I think they are ready to go in again, unless Skadoo's pick out a completely different jungle that he can actually play with.
Your team is
Oh,
banning.
I mean, I think that is much needed, but the Joy does get target banned once again. Understandable. You don't want that hero, and you don't want to meet that hero, so
Come on,
they
Dexter.
definitely banned
It's
it
our
off. But
showtime.
what about the Granger? Both the sides, the Granger was a 10 on 10 pick, was the MVP hero. So who's gonna pick it up? Or maybe we will be able to see something different coming in?
Can actually happen. But yeah, uh, with the Claude and the Atlas ban, which is a very good, what do I say? Very good improvement from the side of Emmanuel. You wanna ban away the Atlas. The Claude is such a no-brainer, but yeah, Joy is gonna be a target to ban again, Phobias as well. So for now, I think they should ban away the Freya again.
I am a
Freya
dove
too.
from
It was such a
Northernvale.
big
I swear
winning
to
side.
protect
Yeah,
it
there we
till my
go.
last
So
breath.
Paquito is left open, PT. Are they gonna go for it again?
Oh, Paquito. That is also a good pick so far. And but I feel like that just might not be it as of now because first game the Paquito did not have an easy time, but there you go. That's gonna be the kind
Okay. First pick onto the Akai. It's gonna be tough to play the Paquito here. But it's still gonna be fine if you wanna go for the backlines as much. But because of the presence of the guy, you don't really have that much of a re-engagement potential because of this guy. He always gonna be trying to go for the sets. It's a very good jungle hero. Kurosaki this time around, throwing away the Suyo, picking up the Akai, and it's gonna be the 27 going back to his Hylos and combination with Senorita onto the Gourd. I like the Gourd in this department because it's actually good against tanky jungle, so it's completely fine. But this time I feel maybe this is also there can become a combination where they can go for the damage into the XP here for Saint Joseph.
Oh, 100% right there because having a bit of Akai onto their hands, they could easily get a bit of a damage. Early game comes in, that's going to be Fearless picking up a Lilia, a perfect counter, but at the same time, the damage from both the mages are all on an equal scale. Musashi goes in for a different route. Looks like there's not going to be a Paquito, but a that is definitely a Xborg. Long time no see, and having Akai onto the team, that the team is also kind of expecting the enemy to pick a tank jungle.
Yeah. Okay. Xbox XP. I didn't expect that to happen, man. But yeah, I think it will work out because it's gonna be stopping the tank jungles to come through here. So for Skadus, he might eventually go for another assassin or even the Yi Shinshin, with which I wouldn't mind. But they have to have a very good carry into the into the XP side. Oh, they wanna go for the Teresa against the Xbox. Not really recommended, but maybe they wanna go for a team fight setter.
Oh, that is definitely an interesting take coming in. Charisma, the set maker. Now again, they have the slows with the high loss. They have a bit of a slow with the god as well. So what they need is a bit of a Sora or even a Charisma works very, very well. I was kind of expecting a Sora. That could have been a very good hero. That too against the Xbox. The dark form could have been it, but it's okay. The teams are much more into for the team fight, so that is still a good pick. Looks like marksmen are getting banned, and with that, we may be able to see another Granger pick because in this series, Granger was the main highlight.
Yeah, he was the 100% win rate, right? So they can eventually be coming here too. But for Skadoo's, for if you want a Granger, I think they have a good carry. They need to have a good carry into the jungle as well. So he will have to pick away the jungle here too, assassin jungle with the damage part. What is good against the Xbox here? Okay, there we go. It's gonna be the Yi Xunshin. If you don't know, the Yi Xunshin is actually very good against the Akai in this current meta, but you've got to be careful because there can also be a good counter for the Yi Xunshin to come through here, like a big ranged hero. They have to know how to handle out the Xbox as well. It's completely fine to go for the Yi Xunshin in this department, I would say.
100%. And even if there was a different kind of a hero like such as the Lancelot, that could have worked against Akai in a way where he could just take away the resources. But seeing the last few matches, the team absolutely deny the area in the river area control over the enemies as much as possible. So picking something like that is just not it. So the why is there such a safe pick coming in along with the name Augustine though he picked up something different.
Yeah. Brody coming into handy in this scenario there, I would say, because there's not much of a hero that can actually reach him. But one thing for sure is that they have to play for the Brody this game. The combination with the Camilla is definitely gonna be there. But yeah, the only reliable damage source from the side of Saint Joseph has to be a Brody. But the Brody does really well into the early phases of the game, especially in laning against the Nathan. So I'm gonna have to say that early game will be so much better for the side of Saint Joseph if they are able to pull it off. They will be able to get out the first turtle as well because it's an Akai. It has to be dependent on how well their XP lane plays so that they will be able to have a good control onto the map and then get that first turtle.
Let's see what is it going to be. One side it is purely an assassin hero First game Joy, second game Link, third game YSS. So we will have to see how the teams will be trying to plot because for now the YSS will have to farm up quite fast enough and he has to outfarm his jungle enemy as well. And knowing Akai still not being the fastest jungler as of now, still can be a little bit on the tanky side and is much more advantage into the team fight. So let's see how that works out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. This is the finale, the last one match that we will be seeing which college will be qualifying for the top eight. 1 point into the hands of St. Joseph University and 1 point into the hands of Team Immanuel University as well. And with that, Lilia though, clearing out the lanes quickly as possible. Even if she doesn't get level two, still does have the advantages. Look at that, 27, really feeling the heat.
He's trying to protect the jungle as much as possible. And without the flicker onto the hands of the Lodge, he's so aggressive onto the Carmilla. It's actually squishy into the early phases of the game. It's the later part of the game where you can combo it together with your ult, where you can become very tanky. But Millie though, good stun coming through as well. Fearless has the flicker away completely fine. It's actually okay because yeah, it's this early game will be favoring Immanuel for now. For now. But they have to have a good aid onto the top lane side because as we all know Brody will do so much better and it's gonna be very dangerous when he can get out of the lane.
Oh, ho, ho. And knowing the Brody, he is much more, interested on having the rotation onto the mid lane as well, trying to take away the mid lane farm. So I'm kind of curious to see what kind of a gameplay that we will be able to see. Maybe a first blood coming in, maybe onto the mid, but other than that, ganks coming in from YSS might be not it, but other than that, I do believe teams will be going in for the turtle, but which is kind of crazy. Kurosaki loves to go for the goal lane first.
Yeah, that's what they are doing here. Opposite kind of direction coming through from both of them as well. But yeah, they wanna. Oh wait, mid lane.
Not looking good. Skadoosh is out of the way just in time. My goodness, what a save coming in. But Kurosaki taking advantage of the river passive goes in, and that is going to be omelet flickering out the way. There is a bit. Oh, no way. Mystic Gush is just right there, but a little bit of immune coming in from Akai's ultimate just left him, unslow. So the turtle is there into the hands of Skadoosh. Look at that. Lelouch try to go for that, but I don't like how the team is actually, gathering. Look at that, all of them together, but Fearless gets up the first kill, and St. Joseph University not taking the turtle, still having the lead in the kills.
Yeah, her clears course into the favor for the start of St. Joseph. They are trying to start up with a very, very aggressive mid. That's what you want to do, man. If you have an aggressive mid, you can play the Brody very fine. And they are trying to do that. They are trying to reenact that. And the thing about the side of St. Joseph is that they are made for the early game, they are not made for the late game. So for Immanuel though, they are fully controlling the later part of the game. They have Yishin, they have Gold, and they have Nathan. But look at that.
Hero has been slain.
Oh, Lelouch taken down in this last Emmanuel picking up kills and giving a bit of an assist into the hands of Nathan is still gonna be really expensive in the delay game. Oh, lasting insanity of the bottom lane. He tried to evade that with the penalty zone. That doesn't happen, and with that, he will be falling down bot lane for the rescue. But I do believe it's just the god leveling up.
Yeah, finally trying to do something out there for the side of Emmanuel there. But then again, it seems as if are trying to equalize every loss that they have been suffering. Very good deed, but onto the top.
Oh, look at them! Rakai goes in, taking them too much damage, and with that, it is 1 for 1. At least a kill. Oh, Fearless with a flicker. He knows if he pops his black shoes, it's going to be really not in a good way, but there you go. Emmanuel College, though, this time around, I really have to check up onto the bottom lane, but then they have to say do the same on the top lane as well. So this is getting a little out of hand. They need to make Skadoosh go rotate a bit.
Caduce though think, this is a thing about Asians here. You want to go for the farm again and again instead of the engages, and that's what they have been doing. Level 8 already, they want to try to go for the engages, although.
Ah, look at them. The turtle will be going down into the hands of the Brody. Unexpected right there. 27 pops up to revitalize, trying to save himself, but there's the kill into the hands of Kurosaki Skadush. Almost left dead right there, but no, he is survived. But then Nathan will be aggressively taking down the turret, and he knows that the team is coming in for the backup.
Yeah, that's what he's doing here. Very, very good rotation coming through from the side of Augustine, I would say. But then again, they're losing out onto the side lanes already, so it's gonna be the turtle with the turret here. I don't know who's gonna be definitely favoring, but I think Morvin not taking down. Morvin able to take it down is gonna be good because it's a Nathan who's gonna be scaling into the later part of the game, and they are kind of waiting for it too. Fearless picking up the talisman so that he'll be able to spam out onto his bloom as much as possible. That's what they're waiting for here. Giving the lead to Skadoos is what you really want to do here, because when you play a Yisunsen, you can actually play in a 1-4 kind of rotation, and that's what they are doing here, giving the long lanes to the hands of Morvin again, because even when he gets caught, he will be able to survive because of the Purify, and the team will be around his vicinity here. Mid lane, a bit of a focus coming through from the side of Saint Joseph here, not trying to go for the engages, just for a bit of a poke here and there, but bot lane, I think there might be some situation happening here.
Definitely. Let's see what is it going to be. Looks like they have switched up that the lanes. The same go for Team St. Joseph University as well. They did make sure to get a switch up because it is much needed. Other than that, mid lane is gonna be in a bit of a tough spot. But it's the God as well as the Nathan clearing it out as quickly as possible. Now turrets are getting opened by Team St. Joseph University as well. A bit of a vision coming in. Fearless, they are slowed down, flickering out of the way. What about Augustino? That gets caught out in the mystic grass. Taken down. Oh my goodness. Kurosuke really tried to get a set into this heavy spin, but he was stand up by Nathan. What about the turtle now? Again, turtle is going to be an interesting time to see.
They are trying to set up for the turtle here, but then again, it's completely fine for the side of Immanuel to give away this turtle because they can play into the side lanes as much as possible, but then again, they will be having a good lead. I don't know why the Teresa is onto the top side. It could have been Morvine, but they are trying to go for the contest here. Level 11 for the side of Skadoos, so this also must have been the reason why they are contesting.
That is definitely true. Look at that heavy spin onto the turtle. That's going to be
Wow!
Kurosaki who takes it away. They say they pin Skadoosh, and the curse of blood connecting so perfectly. Senorita, and it's spear wave. One basic attack coming in from Musashi was just a hit. Now mid lane, so I feel like that's going to be opened as well. But Nathan realizing that he cannot do that alone. But what about Omelette? He should have been there. He's kind of a young tank, and like even if he pushes, that's going to be very slow. And that responsibility should just go into the hands of Nathan. Look at that Omelette clearing the lane.
Yeah, I think for most part, I don't understand why the Teresa was the one up to the top lane. It could have been Morvine onto the Nathan so that he will be able to get out those minions. And it could have been so much of a better idea to not contest for the turtle at that point, because they could have avoid Skadoos to die, and then they can go back without losing anything at all. I don't think it's really that worth it to do that, but other than that, they still have the chance to go for the later part of the game, where they can have a good comeback. But yeah, man, Omelette should be not be there. The minion is gonna be wasted onto him. It should be better onto either Skadoos or Morvine, so they can have the full build, especially the Holy Crystal is necessary. Then they can hold on and fight for a full damage into the late game.
No, definitely. Let's see what is it going to be. Skadoosh will be there to clear out the lanes. Now he does realize that he will be needing a bit of a damage. Oh, I don't like how Team Emmanuel College, are there all together. That is such a perfect set for Carmilla to jump in and give the curse of blood. They should really disperse like this as quickly as possible. I do understand that you want to take the minions away, but create some distance for now.
Okay, that's what they're not definitely doing. But mid lane onto the focus here. The lore is already up. Skadoos trying to go directly for the lore even when they are losing out to the side lanes. Um, they don't have to, the thing about this lineup is that even if they go for one pick off from the side of Immanuel, they can start the Lord because they have an Atan and a Yi Shin. They can easily burst the Lord plus the Cord, and that's what they want to do here. And Saint Joseph, they know that too, so they are not trying to get pick off. They are playing it so safe. With the tankiness coming through from Musashi, they are trying to change them away all the time. The Lord will be taken away. Augustine will be securing a kill onto 27. Not really the best man, but yeah, side lanes is gonna be played by Morvine for the first time though.
Oh my goodness. This game is kind of into the hands of Nathan. He needs to come up with something. He needs to get that opening as well. And the opening is just not there, coming in from the side of Team St. Joseph University as well. They have been playing it so perfectly, Augustine especially with his positioning, and they are not giving out anything. Look at Musashi, who has just been farmed up. And when I'm talking about that kind of a farm, he is completely done and he's dishing out damage to a high loss as well. Sarush, look at that. Even though he knows that the sun is coming in, he's trying to get out of the way. I don't think how the teams are still into that. That would be a very good setup. And the curse of blood will be paused for a bit. They don't go for it as quickly, but maybe into the middle lane. 27 does get a bit of a stun. The middle lane, there's just one cannon minion. The stun is just there for the high loss. And the teams are just trying to be very, very cautious about it.
They are cautious, and I like that. Now for Emmanuel, no matter how many Lord they let go, I still think it's easy for them to defend. Because looking at the build so far, it's already a good build coming into the hands of Morvine already. He just needs the Holy Crystal and even the penetration to close up onto the build. And if you look at the schedules as well, he doesn't really needed to go for the War Axe. He knows that. He's trying to go for the Sky Piercer, and I don't think he doesn't have any stacks either. But because of the lack of kills for their side as well, right? For both sides, that's gonna be a Divine Glaive first for Morvine. I don't mind it. Maybe he wanna skip out the Holy Crystal, but other than that, the build from Augustine is already very good. He can actually go for the Wind of Nature or the Rose Gold. That will help him survive onto all of those. But look at the set though.
Oh, Losing Insanity trying to go for 27. Gets 27. That's Musashi for you. Omelette is 50% taken by Nathan. His positioning is so well that he evades all the damage with Caduce goes in for the split push, knowing the team will be coming in. Augustine, he is there right there trying to take them the mid lane. I don't think that could be possible with Senorita as well as Omelette being there as their secondary tank. As of now, the team is looking forward for a bit more, especially into the hands of Team St. Joseph University, who wants to open up. And if they are able to take away the tier 2 turrets, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for here, but unable to do so here this time around. But other than that, onto the other side though, the Lord is gonna be coming in less than 10 seconds, and they have to be. It will be so much better for Saint Joseph there. But then, like I said, Immanuel can defend it again. I don't understand. I don't know how they are able to hold on to the mid turret for a long while, but this looks so intense now. And this is the third Lord coming in. No, second Lord coming in for Saint Joseph, and it will be easier for Immanuel to defend again. They don't have to die. They just have to stay out.
Oh, because of blood that connects four people right there. Senorita takes out of the way. Augustine 4 gets a kill. Omelette looking quite low as well. They need to get out. And with the curse, the glorious pathway, they are healing up a bit. Emmanuel College really got them a little bit low because they do realize that the Lord is coming in, and with the Lord, they need to get a good clearance. Tier 2, I like how so far they are trying to save it up, but at the same time, they need to clear out the creeps from Skadoosh because Skadoosh he is farming up 111, and on top of that, level 15 already achieved for him.
Yeah, that's what they are doing here. I think it was so tough for Morvine to survive there because he was not on Flicker, he was on the Purify. And there's an easy dive coming through from Musashi there. with the Lord coming into the bottom lane side, it's so much easier for them to defend it and try to hold on to the mid lane as well. But Mushashi is doing so good there. He's trying to defend onto the top side, get onto the top side, so that at least they will be able to get one turret down or two turret down and only leave the inhibitors to be opened here. No much of an engage coming in or started by Immanuel just yet, because every fight have been started by the side of Joseph here. And whenever Saint Joseph is going for the fight, they always took one kill and went away with it, because they are so tanky. No matter how they are taking the shots from the Nathan, they haven't been taken down just yet, because let's face it, the Nathan really wasn't able to go for the free hits, because he will always have been the prime target. And it's kind of tough there in this situation when you are lacking the frontliner, when you are lacking the sets coming through from Omelette.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Kurosaki, why? That could have been a very crucial set right there. But all the loot that gets bursted down. That's going to be the first blood coming in, and still they charge in. Karush taken down by Augustine. He's making sure that to not taken down Omelette. He's charging on Augustine, but he's realizing that it is not a good idea. Lasting is running along with the flicker. That's St. Joseph University jumps in, takes down a double. I love how Musashi is playing right now. Like for him, it's the tanky plus the damage fix for him. The pure damage fix is just not working in such as the Paquito.
Like, he's so comfortable onto the damage dealers. Give him a damage dealers no matter what the hero is, and he will be performing with that. Mushashi, he's so angry with the Paquito game, it seems. And now looking at the build so far, almost
Yeah.
full build for Augustine. He's got the Sky Piercer, he's got the Rose Gold like I mentioned, and maybe he would want to go for BOD as well. He doesn't need the penetration already here because he have a lot of damage. But like I said again and again, the damage potential for the late game for the side of team Immanuel's college is that they have late game marksmen, they have Gord, they have Yishin, they have Nathan. It's so easy to defend onto the Lord, and that can eventually happen because you know the Lord is coming through again and again. They have a good frontliner. All they have to do is wait for the Teresa to go for a perfect set, which haven't been happening just yet. So yeah, Omelette has to be very, very, crucial on the way he's targeting, especially onto that penalty zone.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. So far we have seen the penalty zone as a defense mechanism. But I do want to see a setup though. The team is coming in with the sets really good, but look at that. I'm guessing trying to not get hit by the god's skill right there. There's a bit of a stun from Skadoosh, but he himself is taking down a bit of a damage, clearing out the Lord. They are trying to make sure that the inhibitors are standing strong. Then the Joseph University trying to push down for a lot. I'm guessing does get met by the Mystic Guard, but knowing he has a lot of damage, he still
Oh,
was playing right there. But once again, we're talking about Augustine getting out of the way safely.
yeah. You know, this is gonna be a bit of a rate spit material for Saint Joseph actually. They have been taking the Lord again and again. Finally, the Evolved Lord will come through. This will be their saving grace. And Saint Emmanuel, not Saint Emmanuel, Emmanuel College have been so good in defending it. This is what we were expecting with the Nathan pick, right? And this is working well for them. They keep defending, they're gonna drag the game for a long while. And if they are able to successfully do that, I think it will be completely fine for them to give away the Lord. But yeah, for now, for Saint Joseph, they have to set up onto the long lanes. Do not lose anything around that and try to set up for this Evolve Lord, because I don't think there will be any contest coming through from the side of Emmanuel just yet, and play around with the Lord because it's gonna be Evolve Lord anyway, and try to get a pick off onto Morvine, because that's the only person that will be doing all the job, all the Lord clearing job.
Definitely, the minions are really dishing out a bit of a damage. There you go. This will be the Carmilla. It's trying to zone them out. It's trying to give a bit of a space for the mage as well as the marksman to come through as quickly as possible. But at the same time, Team Immanuel College have been pushed back so much that they are unable to farm. This was such a perfect moment at the bottom lane if they are able to charge in all together. But this is what I was talking about. The window of opportunity just passes away in just 1 second. So they need to make quick decisions, and the decisions are not coming in from the side of Team Emmanuel College. So this is really, really not looking good. So far, Nathan has been farmed up. They need the Lord, but look, they're not contesting for the Lord
Yeah.
once again. Skadoo, that is 1v1, and my goodness, the farm difference is clearly showing.
Yeah, it's clearly visible there. Skadoos will not be able to hold on for a while now, and it's gonna be a bit late for him to be spawning on top of that because the Lord is gonna be coming in 20 seconds, and that's what they're waiting for here. A possible end for the side of Saint Joseph, but yeah, like I said, Morvin is still onto the Nathan, and it's gonna be so much easier for him to clear it out. So the thing about the positioning coming through from the side of Team Saint Joseph is that they have to sing out onto the lanes. They have to build it together, go with the Lord, use the Lord passive, and try to take down Mervyn as early as possible before he can even get to the Lord. And only then they will be able to crack out the inhibitors of it.
They're trying to clear the Lord as quickly as possible. A bit of a stun for the Nathan, but on the mid lane as well, there is a bit of a setup coming in. Lasting Insanity goes in for the omelet. Doesn't
Whoa!
connect there very well, but with that, the slows down is there. Revitalize helping both of the sides. 27 taken down. There's going to be the Carmela down as
Okay.
well. Mega kill. They lost the Nathan. That is not looking good. Mid inhibitor taken down. The top inhibitor is not standing in. Skadoosh is looking quite low. He jumps in. The immortality is popped off from the Akai, and Skadoosh finally gets another kill right there. They're opening up the turrets with, two members down from each of the sides. The team will try to open up the map.
Yeah, they're trying to open up the map as much as possible. But yeah, other than that, I think it was they could have gotten onto the bottom lane again, but I don't understand what happened there because they were trying to end the game. They couldn't have ended possibly because the Nathan is there to always clear it out onto the Lord. Now it's gonna be so much late for Saint Joseph now. They cannot just brute force their way in because everyone is already full build and Nathan is still available. He gets to be taken down. But when he's taken down, there's the Yi Xin coming back into the picture again. That's the power of two marksmen, right? Late game is always gonna be so much better, and you have so much of a good clearance. And I don't understand why they were overstaying their welcome, because when you get the pick off onto the Natan, just go back. Try to focus onto the inhibitor first. That way they will be able to open out the base turrets, and it's gonna be so much harder for the Natan to position in that scenario as well.
Let's see though, so far onto the top lane as well. 27 trying to go in for more, but let's see what is it going to be because Skadoosh realizing that the minions are going to be really. Look at that, the minions already taken the 50% of the turret's HP just by one wave. That means what could it be doing to the inhibitor, to the crystal? Let's see, let's find out what's going to be happening because this just may be the last law because St. Joseph University will have to
Oh,
push in no matter what because the Nathan is getting pumped up as well.
four lords. It's gonna be the fifth ones. This should be a possible, and everyone already full built. The winter crown for the Nathan Marvin trying so much to survive, selling away the boots as well. And to the other hand, for the side of Augustine, he needs to buy the immortality too. But the wolf not coming in this time around. A very good clearance again. Not much of an engage coming through just yet. Let's see what they can do. Saint Joseph.
Oh, this thing, look at that, the slows really gets this Carmilla once again. They're trying to go in for more. Lasting Insanity on the back lanes. They try to get 27. They successfully do it. But there is the Nathan who loses up his immortality. Double kill for Augustine.
Okay.
Augustine for the base. That's going to be St. Joseph University winning out the match.
Victory!
Yep, perfectly well done. Coming through from the side of Team Saint Joseph University. They hold it up for so long, 21 minutes of the game. No way. It's 24 minutes of the game, and they were eventually trying to end it with the evolved one. If and only if Emmanuel were
Yeah.
able to hold out for so long, if they were able to find something of a good pick-off before the Lord comes through, it could have been so much better, because now it's gonna be completely useless when you don't have a good leader. And yeah, they suffered quite a loss, but it was actually so good. A good comeback coming through from the hands of Saint Joseph. We were not expecting them to pull it off into the utility jungle, but the Akai plus the X-Borg onto the hands of Musashi was so good. The engagement were perfect. The maneuver that they did onto the Lord were perfect, and it was amazing, right? Even though we were seeing the good early game, a banger game number one from the side of Emmanuel, all the other games were just out macroed by the side of Team Saint Joseph.
Definitely. Draws comeback done so perfectly, and they will be securing a spot at the top eight. What a game coming in. But with that, Debbie, let's go for a short break because we
Sure.
still have one more team who are yet to qualify. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's head back into the third match, the third series of the day. Now, again, two colleges are up representing each other's, and we will be seeing a good amount of match. And talking about the match, that's going to be College Patkai versus Team Mount T. Let's go. It's going to be Debbie once again with me. Debbie, so far we are getting the Akai getting banned along with the Marcel, and so far we are actually seeing a trend, and the trend is been very common in all of the series.
That's what Akai, Marcel, the teams are finally getting used to the way that they are they have been understanding what the Marcel can do, what the Akai can do, and now with the Brethren newly added into the banning phase, I think it has something to do with the fact that they want to remove away the most of the utility jungles so that they will be able to have much of a greater time. God ban coming through looks like other side of Mount T, they might wanna go for the utility too, so they should ban it away.
Let's see what we will be looking forward to, given the fact that God is out of the way. That means they do need a bit of a good amount of control, maybe something like a Zetian, but Zetian's win rate for today was down the graph, so maybe not. If Paquito out of the way, maybe a 4 years could be here as a pick. But before that, we are looking at the cards are getting banned. Is it going to be a Ling or is it going to be a assassin pick? That's I'm kind of curious. But one pancake, what is it going to be? A 4 years as a first pick?
Voice is there. Oh, right. With the ban of the Paquito. Oh, Freya is also out there. So who's gonna pick out the Freya, man? I think it's very good hero because the Freya has been winning out for the son of Saint Joseph, so they can actually put it off here as well. But I don't know. It's a kind of a tough hero that isn't the best to play in a jiffy, but it's a good choice. But yeah, there's also still the Jushin that can actually be brought out. What do they go for here?
I'm
Oh,
Oh,
pretty
okay.
okay.
Jungler pick. That is interesting to see. Not a Phobias, not an EXP, not even a mage as their first pick. But I feel like the Guinevere could be countered very easily. Now that the Akai and the Frederick are not here, maybe the Baksha could be a very good play. But before that, you are getting a Zushin. Understandable. Being open, why not utilize it?
Mm, okay. I think it has to be a jungle Guinevere, right? Other than that, I wouldn't like the Guinevere into the room. Only Kimi does that. Nobody in India does that. But yeah, good pick onto
Yeah.
the HO combination. That's the Hydos and the Juxin, right? Perfectly well done, balanced into the mid side. Claude coming through. It was not a great idea to play the Harris anymore, so it's okay, all okay. Yeah, against the Zeusyn though, the god is already banned. Lilia is still available, but I don't know if it's gonna be a bit too early for Lilia here. They can go for a different route now. So what is good though? Even Phoebus is out there.
If Upper Noah is not the jungle onto that Guinevere, they could go in for something interesting. I would prefer a Lilia right here. The slow's gonna be really annoying. But hey, talking about Kimmy, we are getting a Kimmy right here into the mid lane. That is kind of a good hero that too trying to clear out the lanes, but positioning is going to matter a lot, and I could say the same for the Lucian as well. For playing against a Claude Parrot, as you have mentioned, could be a good pick, or else it's gonna get banned off. And now is the best time to pick a Moscow as well.
Hmm. So now Moskov is the only option that can come through here, right? If they pick it away, oh wait, the ball marksman combination. Oh, so they need. Oh wait, what Iritel? Okay, I don't mind actually PT because Iritel actually lanes well against this combination. Like the Claude, because you can bring the Purify or the Sprints together. It's absolutely fine. But I don't know about the Kimi though. They have to do something with the Kimi. They can handle the Kimi though. But other than that, they need to have something of an assassin into the jungle now. But for now, what can be banned away? The Gulliver should be a jungle, no?
Definitely. No, so we could be seeing But why is he not changing the distribution though? Please give us a confirmation that that's going to be a jungle. Because again, flex heroes, you could go anywhere. So kind of curious to see what is it going to be. If it's a roam, it's going to be really hard to catch up the Irithels. We're going to be playing on the back lane. So banning out the heroes that could potentially bring the back lanes into the front and possibly taken away. They have banned away the Arlet as well as the Kalea. And as for the other side, we do believe one more jungle could be in it. YSS could be a good hero because squishiness is there from the blue side.
Your team
Hmm.
is picking.
So now they can pick away the heroes that can actually be a very good counter for the Claude here. I think I like the fact that they ban away the Kalea actually. With the Link ban, okay, they want to ban out the Link because it's very good with the way that it can bring go to the backlines to go for the pick off because their lineup is actually still squishy, right? And they want to have something that can be anti dive, but I don't think Link is that much of a problem. But it'll be fine. Yuzong very good. I like the Yuzong here actually. So now, for this side, they need something of a very good frontliner. Silas is already taken away. Grok can come through? No way, no way, no. Not the Yisun anymore, man. They need something utility into the jungle. I would love the Guinevere into the jungle here. They need something tanky though.
Definitely, they do need tankiness, but let's see what we will be trying to get. Or, but at the same moment, that's gonna be a Hayabusa, long time no see, and let's see what the is going to be. So, oh my goodness, that is interesting. Are they going to lock in on though that Fanny? Could be a good pick though. There's a lot of fishy heroes and. EXT Guinevere. Not a big fan, but I do want to see how it will be walking around, and that's not a Fanny. That's going to be a Harley.
Okay, I like it because it's a dive. But then when you talk about it, there's a lot of there's a Hayabusa already, so not really the best hero to play the Harley against, right? Because Hayabusa is used as a counter hero for the Harley, and I absolutely loved it when it's into the good hands. But then Guinevere into the room, is it a room or what is that hero anyway? The new skin is kind of making it a bit different. I don't like the Guinevere in XP or room,
Oh,
man. It's so squishy.
definitely very squishy, and it would be really hard to pick off the Irithel as well, who's going to be the main damage dealer. And let's not forget, she is a Berserker user, so that is going to be more irritating when she is going to pop off the damage right from the mid game. And I do want to see the teams actually making the Berserker as maybe the third or the fourth item coming in. So, ladies and gentlemen, which college do you think has the chance to qualify for the top eight? So far, it is kind of looking good on how the teams have been running around. And, when the top eight hits, the competition really gets more
5
intense.
seconds till the
Hmm.
enemy reaches the
So
battle
a bit of a back and forth move coming through from every team that we have seen in today's game. I mean, the game number one was actually a bit one-sided, but game number two was a good clean sweep. I mean, reverse sweep, and this might be a different situation here. But let's see the Mountie College versus Patkai College will be coming through here. Mountie able to have a very good start onto the red side there. They're not going for the usual jungle pattern that we are used to. They're going for the normal one. It's absolutely fine. It's a Hayabusa. It's an assassin. You want to go for the engages. You want to go for the pick off into the golden side first. So Hayabusa starting onto the bot lane first is not that bad of a sign, but I still don't like the Guinevere into the against the Yuzhong. Into the level 4, yes, you will be able to have a gator time, but you're gonna be so squishy.
Definitely, the squishiness just might be not it. And with that, Chico trying to have that domination coming in. Will he or she be able to get it on? Because that's a Kimmy. Kimmy is just gonna scale up, and that will be not looking quite good. So I'm kind of curious to see how it will be. But other than that, look at the teams. they will be trying to get it on. Maybe first blood coming in. There's a revitalize from the prime Salman Khan, and that was just not hit. He will be taken down.
Okay, yeah, not really the best one. But yeah, Prime Salman Khan. Let's see what he can do, man. And Dorio is onto the U zone, which I did not expect. But other than that, let's see though, there are so many engage potential coming through from the side of what is this? Mount Tiyi. So if they wanna go for those combination, right? Atlas plus Guinevere combination, it's so good. It's so good if they can pull it off. But it's gonna be a one-time thing. They are gonna have to be very mindful of the resources, and also there is a purify from the damage dealers, right? So it's not gonna be good. But bot lane,
Team hero has been slain.
Oh, Endo you taken down, and once again the turtle. There's gonna be the retribution coming in from Rodent. She will be taken down. Salman Khan trying to get away from the Kimmy, but the Kimmy though is just getting too much damage, and Jan's getting a bit of a killing spree. That is definitely looking good, but at the same time, Devi, look at that. 3 kills, and all the kills are into the hands of Hayabusa.
yeah, very good start for Jans. I think it's like uh, you wanna give a snowball onto the assassins, and you wanna give that snowball to your Hayabusa, and that they are doing here, because a Hayabusa who doesn't have a good lead does not really do well in any game. This Hayabusa is really farmed up, and I would love that. But still, Rodan QI onto the Harley, still unable to find some kills across the board. He will be starting to go look for it. He has to farm up to the level of Yans, so that at least he will be of a threat to the backliners on the side of Mount Tiyi. And they are still, neutralizing just a little bit. Not much of a fight that they have been initiating, because, like I said, Mount Tiyi are the one with start. Look at that.
Oh, the jump was really looking good, but they need a follow-up, especially for this kind of a gameplay. So, and we are not getting it as of now. So, with that, the team will be taking a bit of a pause onto the team fights. And as for Patkai, they are yet to pick up a kill. Now, the way the side of team Mount T are playing, they are very
Hmm.
safe. Look at them. Guinevere
Yeah.
knows that she has an advantage, and most of the members are at top lane, so why not go for the cut? And by doing so, she will be having an easier time towards the turtle. Now that the turtle is up, what is it going to be? Okay, but Pancake gets out of the way. Deadly magic. This is just not enough. Gans goes in for
Oh,
a kill, but no. Yeah, it's gotta be the Claw dealing so much damage. Try to go for the Irreparable. No, did not get that. There's like a lot of things going on all together, but no trades paid off other than the Harley taken down.
yeah, that was actually a perfect engage. I thought Jans would be taken down, but the way that his team have been helping him along the way was perfect maneuver. But yeah, still fine, because Rodan is still able to survive on that for a while. Just one that across the board he had. But yeah, like you said, they are so slow into the gaming, right? For the side of Patkai, they are not engaging. But then their lineup is actually sure to have a neutral objective security, because high loss plus a Yuzhong. Look at them.
Oh, the jump really worked out very well, but Yanto, he does have the good damage to take away the kill. Now, he doesn't understand that the top lane, it would just did not connect very well, so why not go to the bot? Take it all away. Pancake onto the top, he knows that he needs to get their marksman farmed up, and giving that kind of a support is just it. So, let's see, what is it going to be for the turtle, which is going to be coming in a minute. If this kind of a gameplay is just really quick, because look at the team members, especially Jans, who has taken 90% of the kills.
That's what you want to have, that activation onto a assassin, and it's kind of tough for Patkai to eventually handle this situation, because whenever there is a settle ending, it's always going to be a good kill. That is a very perfect joining potential coming to him, but Rodan, He wants to go for the bit of a pick off onto one pancake. He will still be able to survive because yeah, not much of a damage. He's just onto the Genius one yet. Top lane will be secured again. Very perfectly well done for the side of Mount Tiyi here. Not much of an engage needed when they have the turret already. The rotation is so fast. Look at them. Getting the turrets, not going for the kills just
Yeah.
yet, trying to rotate it earlier. And the turtle is definitely going to be up, and they will be trying to start it again.
Definitely, and now that we are into the mid game, the teams will try to pick off the turrets as well. Let's see, and the bottom lane did not reach out very well, but there was a bit of an opening. That means the turtle will be contested. You are looking at the high loss being there, trying to scout out the bushes, trying to open up as quickly as possible. Look at that, the fight just breaks down onto the middle lane. There's gonna be Yans taking away the turtle, and BMI will be stopped up, and he
Uh,
will be waiting it out. BMI so perfect. Yans takes up a kill, and with that, Legoon onto the back lane is trying to do some damage. And my goodness, what a jump from this Guinevere, but no one has to back up her. She will be falling down.
the sea will be falling down and seeded. Prime Salman Khan not really into the farm again. This guy, it doesn't. It's like I would love that. I like that Hylos is very tanky. But when you don't have that early game, your tankiness is definitely gonna be 50% down. And oh wait, bot lane, something might be happening. What?
Oh, wait a minute. Lagoon almost right there. I mean, he needs to pick up his wind of nature as quickly as possible because Jans is just scaling up. And
Mhm.
with that, where are the turrets? Turrets need to be sustained to taken down.
Exactly, and they have been trying to do for a look for or something of a set so that they will be able to
Oh,
get the director. Roden. Oh my god. Ah! Nice bait type sheer will not be able to get the fatal links, but yeah, that's a perfect bait onto the fatal links. But this time around, I think it will be ideal for Mountie to change up onto the lane because Guinevere can go to the top and maybe just maybe the call can run into the bottom lane here again because they're already winning out the lanes. Maybe they want to focus onto the mid side as well. But on the other hand, though, one pancake so free onto the hitting. Jans is also in a position where he can try to go for the flanks without the shadow. He would not do it anytime soon. But yep, energy is definitely going to be manageable here for the Hayabusa. So the more they want to engage, the more they will be getting the kills because there's so much money onto the hands of Hayabusa now, which means that the optimization will be good on him as well. Yeah, Sky Pusher. There we go.
oh. Yeah, that is much needed for them, but at the same time, Kimmy also picks up Sky Piercer trying to get a bit of a kill so far, unable to pick anything just because Jans is the one still with 90% of the kills right there. So let's see what the team is going to do because the Lord is here, and with the Lord, they need it. So far, oh, okay, a bit of a teaser. The Hoshi is not here yet. So
Yeah.
they will be, going to be a little bit slow. Look at that. The jump comes in. That's going to be Fran Salman Khan getting caught up even with the revive. Like he's unable to sustain and will be falling down. That's going to be the Lord here with that disadvantage in number from the side of Team Patkai College. They will have to lose this Lord. If they go for the contest, they will be met by Teron to the bottom lane as well. He tried to open up the lane, but Guinevere being too fast.
Yeah, they were too fast and too slimy onto their engages here. And the follow-up you saw, Jans was perfect onto the positioning that he had. Very good synergy coming through the XP laner and the jungle as well. Not much that Endo you can do. He cannot really engage Petrify.
Oh, Upper Noah. He's trying to do a best side intro into the air, taken down. Maybe Shiki could do anything here because that is what's needed. Oh, Super Upper Noah knows he cannot do the same mistake twice and will be getting out of the way type. She is trying to come into the back lanes. Look at him dealing so much damage. The same goes in for the Guinevere is there trying to shoo away Salman Khan. Now onto the front lane, the Lord is taken down. That was quite quick. I felt like the team did not focus on Lord as much, but they were just focusing onto the bottom lane and in turn losing turrets.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what is so clean about Mountie, man. But hey, wait.
Back lanes, what is it going to be? There is the Pancake who's trying to immobilize heroes right there, and Legon is really trying his best to clear out those lanes. Look at that. 50% of the health down from the mid lane. Mid lane is vulnerable as it was during the Lord. So I'm kind of curious to see what they would be trying to do because the next Lord, they really cannot miss it.
That's why if they miss out the next one, it's definitely gonna be a done deal for Monty, right? They already have a very good lead onto the goal. They have a good control onto the turrets. I think this team is the best into the macro factor today for so far, and I love that they are not overstaying their welcome. They are not over. Oh wait,
Type C trying to go in with the flicker. He did made a fatal link, but he did not get it right. On the back lanes, they're trying to target Pancake, who's trying to get away, but slow from their basic attack. It's just enough for them to not continue the fight with the mid lane. I don't like how it's almost taken down. Lane management is much needed.
yeah, lane management is definitely necessary. Yep. And I think that's what they are doing. Perfectly well done. But yeah, and I think Type She was trying to go for the engages, and these two have been going for the combination for the whole game. But wait, Yan.
Yeah, I don't like that. He's almost
Oh,
taken down low and
okay.
leg on, getting the shutdown, the most awaited shutdown that was just needed right here, and that went into the hands of Marksman.
Oh man, marksman. A big shutdown, by the way, 6 kill. And into the hands of an Iristel who's been performing so well without getting taken down or using the Purify. And now with the death of the Hayabusa Yans, without the retribution, this might eventually be a Lord take for the side of not Mount Patkai here. Perfect engage, look at the jump.
Oh, Lord, that's right there. Rodai, take it down. That means the Lord is going into the hands of Patkai College. What a turn of events, Chico. With the W trying to go for more. Will they be able to get? Because Claude does have the mobility along with the pancake. And oh my goodness, even with the retribution, Jans was not able to do it.
Yeah, he got caught into the midst of everything with the jump, with the spatial migration, supernova, doing everything that he could to try to stop the lore from being going into the hands of the side of Patkai College. But yeah, it cannot be helped. When the lore was so low onto the HP, and even if Rodin was taken down, they were able to secure onto the neutral objective. And I think this is gonna be a good comeback for the side of Team Patkai College there. But they have to stay careful still because there's still a lot of damage into the hands of Yans. Even if one of them is caught being alone, they will be getting taken down.
Blue team
But
turret
Chekhov is really
destroyed.
trying to get a comeback onto their hands. Look at them clearing out the turrets. They're clearing out every single thing possible as of now. Now, again, they are getting those damage in. Look at that pancake. Almost taken down right there. That was just
Huh?
it. But wait a minute. With
Yan?
minions coming in, yeah. He's trying to go for the back
Okay.
lane. Backdoor moment. But no, that will be met. But Roden, no way. They overextend their stay right there.
Man, I think it was such a close call, but good read coming through from the side of Podcast College as well. It's like they were supposed to be the one trying to win out and get the turrets, and they know that. And when they know that they were able to get the Lord, even with the death of Rosen, they were able to get at the top lane turret. Very perfectly well done. But, good thing for them. The advantages of that side is that they lost only their mid lane turret. And they have been able to hold on to the side lanes. The inhibitors are still standing. That can eventually help them because it's like if the inhibitor was taken down, I think Jans would have been so successful in trying to at least go for the split push potential and try to send them back into their own base again.
Okay, so far, I really love how the Iritel is farming up with 215. It's really on the right path, and you can clearly see that the Berserker Fury is working out very well. Roldanai, he's not getting his own buff. Look at the slows. He has to get out of the way while Salman Khan is actively trying to make sure there no flanks comes in, especially from Yans. Now that the floor is all farmed up, plus Pancake. it's gonna be real interesting to see because there is Flicker, there is
Mm,
Conceal, and there is
mm.
Fatal Links. That's just a lot of
Yeah,
things that Patkai College will have to think about, and the Lord is
yeah.
here.
Lord up again. I think this will be in favor for the side of Mount TZ here. So now with the setups coming through here for the side of team Mount T, they can be bursting out into the Lord again because they have two marksmen by the way. Oh wait, look at that.
No, Apernova, take it off. The Glory Father is helping them to get away very safely, and they've realized the Lord is coming in, and with the Lord, it's going to be a good defense. They can do the defense. They do have the lane clearance as well. Look at that. Type 3 waiting up for a setup. I mean, pretty sure he's gonna go in with the flicker. So let's see how the setup's gonna look like.
Setups is definitely going to be most important here. Roden, not a good place to be caught in. I mean, I understand that he wanted to defend onto the turrets there, inhibitors, right? But the Lord is marching into the mid lane side again. I think this could be a good time for them, for Mount T, to focus onto the inhibitors. Wait, look at that.
Oh, the dragon really bought us some time. Tapchi will be taken down. He was not able to put up his, setup really good, but Pancake left very low. There was a bit of a vengeance coming in from the Claude as well, but it was just enough to not take anyone down. That was not it. Yancy jumps in with a two-wicket shadow kill and gets away unharmed.
Unharmed, by the way, and no turrets been touched. I think Rodan being taken down might eventually be in favor of the side of Patkai College after all, because they were able to defend onto the turrets here. Still, Legun onto the Aeristel is still standing strong. I think he's so good in the way that he was positioning himself that he doesn't even have to use the Purify and get to the point where he will be able to defend out and get a bit of a kill or two. Because whenever there's someone trying to go near him, he will be able to punish them. And I think he's gonna be in need of the Wind Talker Wind of Nature as well, because Jans will always be focusing on him because he's gonna be the prime target. I don't think anyone from the side of the Patkai have that much of a damage that Legon have, and Legon should be very primal onto the way that he's positioning himself. It's gonna be crucial where he's spot on, and on top of that, it's always Prime Salman Khan, right, trying to protect him. So it's gonna be tough for Mount T right now to go in.
So definitely, but I follow really the best to defend as possible. They still have a bit of a chance, but at the same time, the chances are dwindling as the time goes out because Inatel is definitely farmed up, but the space that she's given, she has to play at the very back, and playing at the very back, you cannot do much. Look at this. Losing out a little bit of a farm left and right is not going to look good. And on top of that, it's just the third lot that's gonna jump in.
Hmm. Third Lord and a good defense from Legon again. After the previous match of the game number 3 that we have seen for Saint Joseph and Immanuel, I'm not gonna, hold on. I'm gonna say that with the Irrital into the present, it's gonna be tough for Mountie to end this game again. Because Roden might eventually be trying to go for a bit of a pick off again, not to defend, because that's how you wanna play onto the Harley. Wait, what? Dragon?
Wait a minute. Pancake goes, there's a chase, but doesn't realize the Atlas is right there. The Lord is gone. There's the jungler taking down the jungler. Run to the front. There's a fatal link. So, Legion purifies himself, but he might get a kill. Oh, just a flicker away. Pancake. There's going to be a double kill into the hands of the user. I'm trying to go in for more Yans, and the BMI on the back lane. They need the damage. Oh my goodness. Miracle for an absolute of a beast damage. Look at that, almost taking down 3% right there. Now they will be
Yeah.
trying to rush in into the mid lane, but meeting Atlas as well as the Guinevere will be a little tough.
Yeah, did you see the way that he was able to change up onto his itemizations mid-team fight? But wait, they're going in again.
So Supernova is stunned out, but that's what the Atlas comes in, but Mega Kill picks up by Lagoon. He's literally quite low, but still manages to get double kill despite what was handed to him right now. Mid lane gone. That's an absolute wipeout. But Pancake being Pancake, I feel like he will be able to clear it out quickly. Talking about the lanes, but members one by one are falling down, and Team Patkai College realizing this is overextension. You know what? Let's just pause it off.
Yeah, pause it off, stay disciplined, play back, and be very, very good into the way your engages are supposed to be. And now with the loss of their inhibitors onto the bottom lane side and them taking out the mid turret from the side of Mount Tiyi College, I think this is the start of a very good comeback here. And for the first time in this game, Patkai College might be able to contest onto this Lord. Unnecessary onto the Thunder Belt build for Prime Salmon. I think it's gonna be better for him to go for the immortality now and try to survive for a long while because oh wait, Jans.
Not looking good. He's trying to get out of the way. Will be met by Lagoons, arrows, and taken down as well. Leo being very fast as well. And to the same note, that's going to be Pran Salman Khan chasing down members one by one. Look at that. Yuzhong jumps in. He's trying to go in for more, but Taichi, he has the fatal links. He's looking for the perfect opportunity, even though he gets two members right there. The Lagoon as well as Shiku will be purifying, trying to get out of the way. This time around, what I call it will definitely get the Lord unless Jans jumps in, which is not going to be possible as of now.
Yeah, they read out the position of Jans that easily into the top lane side where he was trying to go for the perfect set up onto the long lanes. And when oh wait, jump wait?
Oh, oh my goodness, the retribution came in clutch at the right moment. Upon Noah gets out of the way. But talking about the back door moment, Pancake tried to win for that, and the Zushin really came in at the right moment. There's no inhibitor, so the minion pressure is definitely a lot. So this time around, Mountie. I mean, for now, they do have their inhibitors. They do have a few of their second tier turrets as well. So this Lord really doesn't look that it might be getting over, but the tables could turn.
Over. This is the 23rd minute of the game. Such a good fast break from the previous game. But yeah, this is I can't believe game number one of the
Yeah.
best of three between two T. Oh wait, yeah, no.
Oh, Mayans. Wait a minute. I know he's just
It's
getting
running.
chased on by a tank. I think he will be able to get out of the way. The team needs to start resuming, trying to go for the Lorient. Oh my goodness. Oh, Ronan. He doesn't have his deadly magic. He got really finally got it at the very right moment. Type 3 as well as Supernova, they tried to do their best, but Lagoon takes away the mid turret. The Lord is very, very low. The base is wide open. But I call it targeting the crystal there. The Atlas at the very right moment. He comes in with the collapse. Triple man set up, and Pancake gets a double kill right there. They lose. Shiki, they lose. Lagoon. This is a very right moment for to jump in and take away Big Match as well. Rodent QI is really out there safe, but oh, Fatal Links did not work out, and I'm pretty sure he does have the fleeting time, so it's gonna come in a very good moment. The Claude plus the Kimi can really end the game, and they do need to clear the lanes as quickly as possible. Will the Yuzhong be able to do it? You look at the Yuzhong, he's trying to not do the same, but they just lose the immortality. That's gonna be the Harley taken down, and on the way, he's taking up too much damage, and the base is wide open. Mountie, despite not getting the Lord, they got a victory. First game goes into their hands.
After a long while with a good early start of the game and a mid throw from the side of Mount T, there was a very good long run for their side, a bit of a throw here and there, but amazing play coming through from Lagoon, I would say, but he was actually so, they were actually so up ahead, trying to go for the engages, forcing an engage when they were supposed to go back on time. But yeah, it still worked well in favor for the side of a team Mount Tier. Type Shi with the fatal links, giving a comeback for the team as well with the combination that he had with the card. that was perfectly well done, even with the change of onto the itemizations, immortality, even of nature. Lagoon was caught in a position where he cannot survive for long. But the first time he got caught, and that's the only time that they are going to be throwing the game and losing the game on top of that. And this is why it matters. Late game, you have to be very, very mindful of your decision makings.
Definitely. What a game coming in from the other side. They really pushed it out as quickly as possible. There was a chance where Patkai College could do it, could go in for their turret. They needed just one more second onto their hands, but no, everything was stolen away just because of an Atlas. They should have minded about their position, but it's okay. We still have one more match to go. The team will be getting ready soon, and we'll jump right into that. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, what are you guys expecting? Will this going to be a clean sweep, or is it going to go on to the third match? And just as we have seen the reverse sweep onto the last match, that could also be a possibility. So with that, are you guys ready? And do cheer loud for your colleges because they do need it the most as of now.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for here. I think these two teams are the one that came close into this whole tournament for today, especially. And I think this will be where the importance of the draft will come through. Jans might not be getting the Hayabusa anymore, but then again, if you talk about it, the Hayabusa was picked to try to counter out the Harley, and they worked well. They worked really, really well. It's just the fact that Lagoon was left untouchable that made it so much harder for Mountie to end the game. It took them 25 minutes. That's a lot of timers. And I think it's like, the late game heroes are very tough to pick off in this tournament. It is a ban might come through, I would say. But maybe it's like a pocket pick for Lagoon. Maybe the reason why he picked it up was because other heroes were banned. But there's no saying, right? It's just one game, and it's a best of three series, and you might wanna go for a clean sweep for better options. But yeah, still, Laguna has been so good into the positioning. As a marksman, he have the prime and the very good safety positionings, and I think he haven't been caught that early on, just that one time, and that kind of threw the game all in the drain. And yeah, into the second match, I think they will be fixing that. Very, very great adaptation that they did into the mid game of the first match. So I'm kind of expecting them to handle it into the draft as well. So let's see what kind of draft that they will be approaching.
Definitely. And once again, you do get the Marcel getting banned off, and along with the Marcel, I do believe we will be getting a Fredrin and a Kai as the bans as well. Kind of crazy to see the Zushin being in such a meta hero is still struggling. I mean, the amount of nerfs that hero had time by time is crazy. So understandable why it is kind of not working, and I feel like I should be, putting her in a situational pick right off now.
So now they are banning away the Fredrin. Uh, so Akai Fredrin, Gord Marcel again. I'm expecting a Paquito and a Freya Ben to come through again. Then, what are the heroes that is first pickable? Obvious, I think Vovius will not be that much of a priority now for these two teams. They can pick out the damage heroes into the XP lanes, it will be fine. Because I still think that maybe, just maybe, it was the Yuzong was not that tough to handle for their side. They just pull away the Guinevere that early on, and it wasn't the best, but the laning was so good because Jans was always onto the bot lane side. That's what an assassin does anyway. So yeah, let's see.
Let's see, let's see. So far, looking quite good. The Fredrin, the Akai being such a staple band, along with the Marcel is right there. But what about a Bakshi as well? I haven't seen that hero coming in for a long time, not quite sure. But let's see, this is going to be Paquito, a band of Phobius might be it, but other than the Phobius, Violet is also a band.
Okay. Arla instead of the Freya that I was expecting. Okay. Prime Salman Khan is so tired with the horse. He wanted to go for the Kaza. I think it's fine because that was definitely going to be a good response to the way that they wanted to play. For now, though, Mount T, what is gonna be the adjustment? Against the Kaza, the best hero that you can play is actually the Kalea, you know? For some instances, you might wanna go for the Kaza first before he can go for you. That is gonna be the direct cancellation that you want because Kaza is really squishier than the Kalea, and that's how you wanna counterplay it. And I think it will be fine, but Lapu Lapu will be the priority here. Louis first pick not really the best of an option. They could go for different kind of picks here that is completely into the meta, but Jushin is also still available, huh? Okay. I don't like the Jushin against the Kaza for now, but yeah, they're gonna be the Louis and Kimmy. So Kimmy will be coming through here for now this time around. Not into the hands of one pancake, but into the hands of Siku now. They are changing out their heroes. So Claude is still a valid option here if they want to go for, but they want to stick with Andoryu onto the Yuzong, then it's completely fine. Because yeah, Yuzong was not that much of a big problem, but it was actually good when the late game comes through because the Jonin was there and he was able to go for the front line shot as much as possible. And then onto the other side, room. Like I said, Kalea will be there, but I don't see the combination anymore, so it's completely. Oh wait, Atlas is fine here. Atlas can work really well here if they can play the Atlas for the side of Mount T, they can play the Atlas because I still think the Atlas was so much of a better choice for Taichi, and he was making some good playbacks here and there. If they don't want to go for it here, I still think it will be banned away for now. Other than that, what is a possible option? Freya? No, there's no way that Freya will come through now because they don't have a Kimi anymore unless they want to play the Fusion into the jungle. Yeah, Claude was a better choice after all, but against the Kaza, you might have to be struggling just a little bit because Purify doesn't work and Flicker, you cannot, you get suppressed mode. That's what I think. But other than that, the ban will be coming through from T. Mage is there. Jungle Roamer, jungle ban. We will see Rodent's jungle ban. I think the only jungle that he played today is the Harley Steel because it was a best of 3 and the game number 1 just went off. So
Time and tide wait for no man.
Beatrix ban. Okay, they want to ban out the Beatrix so that the combination cannot come through here with the Gaza. And I'm also expecting a carry ban if they don't want to go for a jungle ban. It's completely fine. And I think they can handle the Harley now with the Hayabusa. And if they don't want to play against the Hayabusa, play the Harley again for Patkai, they will have to ban out the Hayabusa after that. So it's already a very huge gamble. So nice. See, at last ban. This is what I was expecting actually. Still, for the other side here, carry, right? It should be carry Gaza because you don't want to let go of that combination. It's so good. Harriet can be the option here, but the combination will not be there. Carry should be the one banned here. Unless they want to focus onto the jungle, which I don't think is necessary. They can always counter pick out the jungle, pick out their rumor here into the red 4, and counter pick out the jungle after that.
The immortal one chose me to vanquish the shadows.
They ban out the jungle instead. Okay. I think it would be a good idea for the side of Patkai to go for the carry here. So what do they ban though? Another jungle, another rumor ban. Hylos. I don't mind the Hylos or the Kalea. Because with the Kalea, the combination is still not there. But then again, the Kaza, they can combine together with the Louis and the Kalea. Louis Kalea can also work, but then it's not really that much of a burst. Only in later part of the game. But if you just try to wanna counter out the Kaza, then it's the best option. Other than that, the Hylos is completely fine. Hylos, Lapu Lapu is a very good diving combination. Okay, they wanna stick with the Kalea. I don't mind. I love it. Because like I said, Kalea is so easy to use as a counter hero for the Gaza. So no much of a rumor available. Khalid is there. But not the best against the Gaza. Marcel is already out. Hylos? Do you want to hide us here?
Could be it could give a good amount of a boost to, the Claude, good amount boost to Upper Noah as well. So maybe that pick could be it. So let's see if it is or not. But other than that, the bans, understandable. The tanks are out of the way. The Fatal Links, especially, that was definitely quite a lot. And with that, let's see what is it going to be. So far, it is kind of looking good. A Minotaur right there.
Mm, I don't know why they pick out the Minotaur as honestly. They only have the Lapu right now, but Minotaur is so close to the longer team fight, the elongated team. So they want to work around with that. Ranger pick coming through from the side of Lagoon. Hmm, okay, I think I know now. They want to have the late game with the gimme. They want to have a good control from mid to the on the Granger. I don't mind. A bit of a assassin jungle will not be here anymore. I think. Okay, they need a boost checker, right? Vaksha is
Yeah, they
absolutely
do.
fine. Yeah,
Definitely, I do feel like that is the hero that is going to come in. And with that, oh, Bakshia. Finally, I
yeah.
mean, he has kind of gone in for something different. So, kind of curious to see how it will be working out. Other than that, the picks are really good, and we will have to look forward for that one pick that is going to be coming in. We need
Wow.
a
One
jungler. That's who against.
jungler.
Fredrin is Banda, Akai is Panda. Balmond works very well, but
Mhm.
there are a bit of a downside because it's a Bakshia and the heal just not be it, and that's an assassin.
Wow.
They call me
We
hero,
okay, okay.
just
This
saved my
is
nation from falling apart.
this is tough. This is tough. Ah man. I love the draft coming through from the side of Mounty, not Mounty, Patkai instead of Mounty now because the Yisensin against the Yuzhong, it's not recommended. Even against the Baksha, I think it's a bit 50-50, but it's not really recommended against the Yuzhong. But when you have the early game momentum, right? That's where you shine the most. They can have a neutralizer into the goal lane side with a Claude, and the whole team can actually play around the Yisensin into the early few minutes of the game till the mid lane, and then they can play for the Claude after the late game so that the Yisensin can actually be the one having the independence of farming out the side lanes. That's how they want to do it. That's how they should do it. But other than that, for the side of Pat Kaido, they are really smart with the draft, I think. They have equal amount of magic damage, not a bursty one, but a good magic damage consecutive, and then a physical damage onto the hands of the Granger as well. And they do have a very good boost checker onto the Bashia, so that's how they will be using it. They should be using it, and they shouldn't be dragging the game that late because that's where they're gonna be suffering because the Granger without the snowball or the stack onto the sky Pusher will not be having the best time against the Yishun.
That is definitely true. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn, let's go. And as soon as possible, the teams will be meeting with a pause. Now, with the pause, they do get a bit of a chance to think about, what can be done. So let them have a brainstorming session. And now
Yeah.
that, for so far, the last game Atlas section. He really had a very good setup. So I'm kind of curious to see the same kind of setups coming in this match as well. But at the same time, now it's a Minotaur. So Minotaur one-time use, and if you're done with the Minotaur Fury, you will have to wait it out. You need to make sure their team goes in at the right time as well. But for Lagoon, maybe or maybe not will be having a bit of an easier time. So I'm kind of curious to see what the outcome is gonna look like.
Mhm. Let's see the lineup is actually going good for both of the teams in different way, in different style. If they are able to understand the competition that they are building for, they will have to have a good win. But one thing I would like to say about Monty and not Patkai is that they cannot drag the game to the later part because that's where the Minotaur becomes tanky. And when he becomes tankier, and when he gets the flash of Oasis and the tankiness and the heals, then it's gonna be so tough to kill the whole team there, because the heal always works into the clutch moments, and that's where they are gonna be trying to go for the team fights. And that's why I said Minotaur is very good onto those elongated team fights, and you're not that much of a wasted hero when your ult is gone. There's always gonna be a knockup on the heal that you can work around with. This is gonna be useful for heroes that are marksmen, that are gonna be so good in engaging and re-engaging and trying to go for those consistent damages, like the basic attacks, like the that's not gonna be dependent onto the skill set. But early phases of the game though, it's gonna be dependent on Patkai here because they are the one with the better control.
Definitely. Let's see. It's kind of how the team will try to work around. Maybe the first blood might be coming in, and the vision is kind of needed for the Haja, especially when he is trying to get level 4 as soon as possible. And for him, the only one goal is to get level 4 around the turtle so that he could do deal damage towards the jungler. I mean, the crowd control.
That's what they're waiting for here. A little bit of an aggression coming through from the side of Patkai. So much good, so much better. They don't have to go for those flashy aggressions. They just have to give out a vision or two about where the position is gonna be. So now this time around though, they need to have a very good rotation onto the XP laner again. But look at that though.
Oh, okay. So far, that's going to be almost right there for the first blood. And if the first blood lands into the hands of the YSS, that could be really good. But top lane, the pressure is getting intense as of now, and the pressure is definitely not dying down.
Yeah, it's not dying now when with the pauses here. Why are you pausing discipline? Yeah, I'm kidding. They just want to have a very good net or something like that, you know. So this, like I said, these poses can be a bit of a little break here and there for the teams here, so that they will be able to have a good read onto the opponent's movement. Like you see the Kaza's movement here, they will be able to set up for a reply on how to respond to that. And if they are able to respond, then it will be a very good adaptability, and that's what they want to do here. And if they are able to do that too, it will be completely fine. Because, like I said, these two teams are the only teams that we have today that are going toe to toe, no one sided, no dominance. They are going head to head, toe to toe, and that's what we want to see. So it's going to be dependent on what kind of macro that they will be bringing onto the table. Because Kaza combinations always need a high macro, it doesn't really necessarily have to be micro. You have to be very good onto your strategy, good on your timing, and that's gonna be dependent on that Kaza here into the early phases of the game for the side of Patkai.
Let's see what the teams are plotting as of now. Other than that, it is kind of looking good. Maybe the first blood could be coming in at the top lane as quickly as possible.
Okay, that's what they're waiting for here. A little bit of an engaged onto the top lane side, which is a kind of different movement and kind of different rotation coming through here, opposite onto the sides as well. But I still think for Mountie, they will be able to reach the bot lane, the turtle pit on time. But the thing is, it's a Basha. Do you even want to contest onto the Basha? It's gonna be dependent onto the level 4 of the side of the XP laners here. Lapu Lapu already level 4, so mm,
No, there you go. The teams are trying to get a bit of a teasing left and right. Look at them. Roding T will he be able to get a kill? Look at them. He's trying to pull up the retry. He does get the retry against the yard. Type 2 looking quite low. Flickers out of the way. The stun from the Louis. Really a lot. But the Euro jumps in with the petrified combo. Tries to take. And there you go. He gets the first blood this time around. The passive from the Euro. Crazy.
Passing from the Yuzong is definitely gonna be a good start here. You know, a good Yuzong who have a very good lead is very scary because he builds out the sky the Hunter Strike and not the War X or the tankiness, and that's so scary for marksmen like the Yi Xunshin or even the Luo Yi, and that's what you don't want, man. And Yan's already suffering for that loss. This is gonna be a bit of an evade coming through. Retribution, look at that.
Oh, once again, the retribution popped out. Yancy does get their divine judgment onto him, but the members were constantly pushing out the bullets onto him. Taken down, Legun just realized there is one member still left. VMI trying to go on Legun, but he still fights into that flavor. Wait a minute, there's the Salman
Oh,
Khan right there taking on too much damage, and yet soaking up so much damage. That's of the clock falling down. Now, the Granger will be needing to get the farm, and he is actually getting that.
They are rotating up. They are rotating up on top, trying to help onto the farm, getting the stacks onto the Capriccio. But bot lane, a bit of a confusing movement coming through from the side of Mount T here. Not much of an engage coming towards us yet, but Prime Salman Khan is so ahead, way, way ahead. He can get killed.
Definitely, that could be the reason. But him being really annoying, the invades are really non-stop. Look at the invades coming in, and once again, there's a divine judgment. But no, backup. Why did he just jump in again? There's a bit of a knock-up coming in, but at the same time, you are talking about the team taking down the turtle. Yans is not getting any chance right there. Retribution, no, he did not hit the retribution, but that gets stunned out. There is Shiku flickering out of the way, tries to go for the Lapu Lapu, but wait a minute, Yans will be taken down no matter what. Now the fight is still continuing a lot. Lapu Lapu getting caught on the crossfire, taken down, and with that, it is the side of team Patkai having a good upper hand.
Yeah, they have the upper hand. They are rotating across the map, doing everything that they should into the early phases of the game, and finding success all over the place. This is the downside of picking a Yi Shin, but top lane, another kill. That's gonna be a killing spree for Lagoon onto the Granger. This guy was like, yeah, no business no more. I'm gonna have a good lead onto the gold. Oh, alt.
Oh, look at them. They are trying to get the damage onto that, but low E. So far we have not get that teleportation kind of a gameplay since she is kind of very tied down onto the mid right there. So that's going to be really slow. And Shiku being onto the Kimi, absolutely dishing out so much damage.
There was a lot of damage and a lot of engagement coming through as well. Ultimate used from the Minotaur. The Minion Fury already gone. I don't know why you went to go for that. And now they have the information. No ult whatsoever from the side of Mount T, and they are gonna go for the engage. So there we go. Still onto the blue buff yet again. This is a very, very good Baoxia Rodent having the greatest of the time. But look at that though.
No, look at them. They're trying to deal some a bit of a damage right there onto the mid lane, onto the back line. That is the user who's trying to jump in, but no, he's trying to find a good opportunity. Lapu Lapu taken on quite low, touch through the Sky PSR, and that's going to down into the hands of Granger. Two members down for none, and this time around it is Patkai College giving out nothing to their enemies.
That was absolutely good. A start coming through from the side of Mount T, but then a good loss that this for Turtle again. I don't know why he keep contesting. He's gonna be taken down, Jans. Not the best idea to go for, man. He's been losing out onto his buff, and now he's gonna be trying to go for the contest onto the Turtle again and again, not learning his lesson. For that's down onto the Yi Sun, I think this is a very good snowball already into the hands of Patkai there. A good stack again for Lagoon here. He is so dangerous onto this hero. So now, whatever engage that they are gonna go for, they will be finding success.
Oh, look at that divine judgment with the flick. 110k taken down. That's going to be the buckshot taking on too much damage. That's Jan's trying to deal a bit of a damage. Oh, one more bullet from the Granger and Jan's will be dead, but looks like that's not going to be it. It looks like Enduro is also trying to clear the lanes as quickly as possible because he also understands that he needs to go into the team fight and he is definitely the winning card. Team Patkai College is having look at them as of now. They're definitely coming in for a bit of a damage. Banana Fury throws out with a flicker and gone like for Lego once again. One pancake flickers out of the way, trying to make sure to get a safe ground. And this time around, the Loi is definitely not working out in their favor.
Yeah, not really working out. Even the diversion haven't been put to good uses because they don't have the vision onto the map. And how will you be able to control onto the map without the vision here? Onto the other side, looking at the build so far, I think this is definitely going to be a deadly build for the Kaza as well. He's onto the fleeting time. He's always going to be going for the perfect engages, and that's what they wanted to go for here. And not a tankiness onto the hands of Supernova just yet, so he's definitely going to be a squishy one with just the War Eggs and not a full build onto the tankiness either, not that much of a tanky item that he have so far. And Jans, he's so behind onto the goal. Look at him. He just have the Hunter Strike, not really the best choice. Meanwhile, for Legon, he's already for build there mid lane.
No, the pressure is definitely our Legon takes away a double kill right there. They are definitely in for a reverse sweep. Look at them. They are not stopping it. And on top of that, they are not getting any chance to get a kill as well. Jans this time around, it was completely opposite. To the last game, he was having the 90% kills onto the hands, but now it is none.
Yeah, it's none. And 15-0 is the score. I don't think there's even a chance for a comeback for the side of Mount Tiyi. They are run down so easily here. Even if they want to go for the team fights, they are always so behind onto the goal. They are always gonna be taken down with just one set of engages. And they know that too. And they should have been into the base, into their own jungle and protected themselves, but they haven't been able to pull that off because I don't know why Jans is always so hell-bent on trying to contest onto those neutral objective when he knows he's completely against the Basha with a good lead onto the level of the retribution as well.
Taken down. That's gonna be like good for you. Minano Fury with the flicker once again. That did not connect very well, given the fact that there was a bit of a lot of no cups and Patkai College going in absolutely at the back lanes, decimating everything under their way. They're going in for the crystal, and there's the claw trying to take that damage in, and that's going to be Patkai College for a victory. Looking forward for a reverse sweep.
They are looking for the reverse sweep, and it was 10 minutes, PT. It was 10 minutes, and they ended the game that early on. And the side of Mount Tiyi were built to go for the late game. And how can you go for the late game when you're so behind onto the gold? When the ECC was 2k gold, the Granger was already on his force bill. That says a lot about the build that he had, the goal that he had, and he was free farming onto his side. No one was diving into the backlines. No one was able to go and get a kill onto him. Lagoon finally this time finding his revenge with the Granger. He cannot pull it out with the Irritar because of a bit of a throw. But give him a hero that can lane well. Give him a hero that can snowball. He will be able to perform well. But I think it also has something to do with the synergy that can come through amongst all of the players. They were doing all their good work. They were doing everything that they could. They were doing what they were supposed to do, going for the invades, getting the buff, getting the turtles, getting the turrets, and no stones were left unturned.
Definitely. What a match coming in. This is just not over. Patkai College yet to take another match down. Will they be able to get it on? Will they be able to get a reverse sweep? Because the same could be right here for the other side who have won the first match and looking forward to take away as well. But at the same time, the pressure is now high and a lot of respect bans will be done.
Yep, respect bans will be coming through, I presume. I think getting letting go of the out of the Boscia is right. Like, yeah, it's not a really good man. Come on. I was hoping the Boscia to come through into the Hanzo Road, and then he pulled it off. And I think he's well versed with the assassins rather than the he's well versed with the utility rather than the assassins. And the side of Mount T weren't able to go for the response because they had a Yi Xunshin. And it's not really good to play the Yi Xunshin when you cannot snowball. You don't have the the benefits of waiting for the later part of the game. So let's go how the third game, the final match of this game of this best of three series will be looking like because Mount T they banned away the Zushin.
Oh, Joshin out of the way. So trying to make it a little bit easier on themselves. They are trying to go for more. Now that's going to be the final match where everything will be coming down. So the teams will try to get the victory, try to get a good amount of setups as well, because in this match it is very, very important. So let's see what is it going to be.
For now though, looking like they will be sticking to the bans that they have been doing. Glue ban will come through here, I presume. They might eventually go for the glue ban. And then, wait, they want to go for the Claude first. Okay, it's completely fine. Claude is a very, Gord is a very good ban if they want to go for the Assassins. And seeing that the Baxia was so good into the hands of Rodin, it's a good ban. And now they can ban out the Freya as well, Paquito Freya. It's either Paquito or Freya. But if they want one, they can completely ban different kind of heroes. Not the ones that are here. So not yet anyway. Oh, they want to ban on the Casa, okay. That says a lot about the way that the side of Patkai were playing. Prime Salman Khan was so good onto the Casa that they have to respect ban it, and they're going Nivea. Okay, now the Paquito is actually open if they want to go for the Paquito. Paquito Freya, Paquito Freya, Paquito Freya can come too, either one of them. But if we talk about the Paquito and the Freya does have a better laning phase than the Paquito. But late game is definitely gonna be Paquito so much better because he can play the long lanes easy. But Akai is also been Baksha. They wanna deny if they wanna deny the Baksha also it's completely fine. But I think the Paquito should be coming through here so that at least they will keep up with the damages. If they want the damages, that is. Ah, okay. First pick onto the Hylos. I don't really mind actually Hylos, it's so good, but it has to be something of a second or a situational pick sometimes. But yeah, there we go. Fredrin was completely left open.
Oh, finally a last game ending it with a Fredrin. Was not expecting that, but hey, that is also a good match. I mean, a good hero that is right here. But as for Shiko, winning it out with a Kimi, they are going in with a Kimi once again. Let's see, Obsidia. The Claw did not work out the second time, despite working out the first time, so they are switching it up kind of like that, but late game scaling hero. So I'm kind of
Hmm. Obsidia, huh? I did not expect the Obsidia to come through here. It's gonna be too early. I don't really like the Obsidia, but given the fact that they haven't been able to pull through all the others, it's completely fine. They can pull it off. Let's see there. But the Kimi will be into the hands of Siku again. He's been trying to get the Kimi for a long while now, and getting it this time around will be putting them in control as well because the mid lane is what they want to play around with eventually because they already have a good utility jungle onto their side. They need some support here. Kadita, though, will be picked through by the sides of one pancake again. And another Yuzhong for Endorio?
Yep, that is going to be a pick. I feel like the Yuzhong should be banned as a respect ban right here
Yeah.
because, again, he is been really aggressive with those picks and he's just really playing it out very, very well as well. Like, look at him. He's rotating at the right moment. He's just trying to make sure that his teammates will be receiving every single possible support from him. And even though he realizes that his lane is going, he knows that he's gonna get that experience level from killing someone. And with the usual, he did. So, yep, that's going to be a pick that I was not. I wanted to see it as a respect ban, but the respect kind of goes there into the hands of Hayabusa. Interesting to see that.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Even though they have a tanky jungle, they have to ban away the Hayabusa. So maybe this time around they want to go for the Irisdal again. I wouldn't mind because it's gonna be so much better into the laning in comparison to against the Obsidia as well. And even the clock would work against the Obsidian. Ah, so they bend it away from the side of Mount T. They know that they will be they won't be able to handle the cloud again into the hands of Lagoon if he picks it up. So see a bet. So they are trying to narrow down the amount of heroes that Yans can play because now they know that they will be able to handle all the Yi Xuanxin with the way that they've been rotating. So now they have to ban away the heroes that are actually gonna be good into the hands of Lagoon. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ban away another marksman here, even the Iritel. But if they ban the Iritel, the Granger can also work. But if you talk about the Granger, the Obsidia can have the micro skills to actually lean against the Granger. But yeah, that's what they could actually play around with. But hey, they ban away the Hilda. I did not expect the Hilda to come through though.
Okay. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see about, oh, the map is broken walls and still the Hilda
Yeah.
dust gets banned off. That is kind of crazy to see. But hey, that could be a possibility since we are getting a tankiness right there from Roden Q. So looking at that, that's going to be it. Upper Noah. Wait a minute. I mean, they will be trying to definitely swap it up because ain't no way that Hylos is going to be a EXP high loss. But other than that, let's look forward towards a Mino getting banned. Sorry, a pick. Very good pick, but a bit of a downside could be, in front lanes very squishy. We just noticed that under the last game.
Mm. So I don't know. I don't like the Minotaur again. Without wait, now it's gonna be good because they do have an assassin jungler. No, I mean utility jungler because a Minotaur is good only when you have another frontliner to work around with. So Carmilla is gonna be the answer here. I think. Wait, what is a Carmilla here then? Jung
So,
XP Hydos? What?
yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Oh, okay. Carmilla. Carmilla is a tank, a roamer. Okay, into the jungle, they are gonna go for the Nolan. Not a bad choice, actually. It's not really a bad choice against the Fragrant, but it's not the best either. So let's pick onto the marksman here. Something that can survive the Ixia, and the. Oh wait, what? What are they doing? Oh, Gimme gold? Is it?
Oh,
It's gimme gold.
yeah. Oh, okay. That is interesting. Like against a Obsidia, a user who relies a lot on stacks, so user relies a lot on the basic attack. The magic works very well. Maybe Harith is just not on his hands as of now, so they have just put the Kimi as a bit of a backup, a flex pick, which is really, really good. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the draft into the land of dawn. We
Huh.
will be going very, very soon, and we will get to know which college will be qualifying for the top eight. The matches are definitely getting intense. I was not expecting a comeback so fast right there, but hey, they did get it.
Now this is a bit of a surprise coming through here again. Kimi into the goal, something I did not expect to see at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go for the Purify as well, because it's gonna be so good here on top of that. But yeah. Let's see though, how will the Kimi into the goal lane work? Because, you can see Lagoon onto the Irithel. We have seen him onto the Granger. Those are late game possibility that he came with. He was so good to the Granger as well as the Irithel. And now with Kimi. Kimi is usually a mates hero that the mates users play, not the goal laners to play, but he will be pulling something out of here at the back. Let's see though. We'll be going into another 20-minute game because PT I will die if we go 20 minutes game.
Oh, they are definitely in for a good match. But look at that. The team are going in like all of them together to help Nolan to get the farm quickly. But okay, this is something new. And there you go. TV versus Obsidia. That is something, I'm kind of
Yeah.
curious to see.
Okay, let's see though. Other than the side XP lane, it's the Hylos there. Supernova. I think he have been able to play out the Lapu-Lapu that much, but then again, it wasn't so much in better condition for him to play around with it because they weren't able to get the first turtle or the second turtle onto the previous match, which made it a little bit harder for him to play around that. And they're going for the full tank onto the XP lanes, which we did not really like because he wanna go for those engaged heroes. But let's see how he'll be able to perform it. Wait, look at that.
Oh, first blood. That's gonna be the Nolan falling down. Almost right there. No, no. Farms are being stolen. Once again, Rodent Q being onto that tanky junglers. He knows his game. Like, this is like completely opposite of what the Harley gameplay was.
Yeah. This is absolutely exceptional here because onto the Basha as well, he was doing so good in comparison to the Harley game that he have. So he's gonna be leaning more towards the utility sides, and I love that. I love the adaptation that they made here. And Doryu, oh wait, look at that.
Once again, maybe another kill coming into the hands of Patkai College, but no, the tension will be down because the turtle is here and Lego trying to make sure to get every single gold crab, every single, the damage right there onto the minions. But hey, there you go. That's the high loss pushed out on his ultimate. And with that, it is Patkai College once again with the turtle. They're trying to go in for one more gank, but the overextension might not be a type shit taken quite low. The taunted is, and the knock up, cherry on top, and the kill goes into the hands of Minotaur. Mid lane, Lagoon taking off so much gold, and this is easily about 120 and make it 200 because the shield is gone.
Yeah, that's what. It's so early for the seal to be gone here. Very perfect, and gates coming through from the side of for Patkai here, especially onto the hands of Roden there. You could see the way he was taunting and getting out of the turret so that he will be not hit by that, and trying to get the Praiser's Rest on time. And the perfect engage follow up coming through from Prime Salman Khan as well. These things are looking good. Look at the bot lane.
Oh, that is going to be a good gank. Legon trying to dish out so much damage on the backline sort of face will be there for Prime Salman Khan. But no, the fog damage as the Appraisal Wrath really suns it out. There you go. Sharmila caught out in a very bad position, taken down as well. Shiku for the triple kill. Oh my goodness.
Roden. He was there in a perfect position where he can go for the taunt against Jans, but yeah, that was gonna be a good kill coming through from Jans as well. Finally, something that they can actually say that was a successful gang, but Pancake on the other hand trying to drone away Prime Salman Khan, who knows that they don't have the skills to work around with and will be around their side trying to give out a vision here and there to know where their position is gonna be. Onto the other hand, the way there's a lot of damage coming through. Rough wave.
Oh, the rough waves is right on point. And this time around, they did lose a member. That's not looking good. And you know what is crazy? I still can't believe this is just 5 minutes into the game as of now. Mount TE College also picking up a bit of resources onto their hands. So let's wait and watch what are they going to do because the turtle is up and there is a bit of push and pull coming in, and with that, that's going to be team Patkai College taking it away. Rodin Key is really aggressive on that. I really like how he's sealing up every single possible thing. A type shit taken, being out of the way, pops up with the vengeance forcibly, and with that, one pancake. His setups are really important. Let's see what is it going to be mid lane. They're trying to push it down. Since Legun is right there, a bit of an immobilization. The cost of blood did not connect right well. Type shit as well as Pancake looking quite low. Pancake almost taken down, but finds someone card. My goodness, that was just it. Rowden looking quite low as well, but I do believe he's just going to farm up. There's a bit of a, stealing going on, but with the mid lane taken down, the trade has been made into the bottom lane.
Yeah, there was perfect maneuver coming through here. They were able to dive into the backline so that they will be at least getting the turrets there, and I feel like it's perfectly fine. Good positioning and a good tankiness coming through from Rodent as well. Onto the bottom lane side, it was a bit of a recuperation from the side of Mount T there.
Obsidia is just trying to get out something of a change up, right? Something of a compensation with the loss that they suffered into the mid side. Now let's see there. Onto the bottom lane, this might be a bit of a focus coming through from the side of Patkai there. They want to have at least one turret onto the sides here. The top lane is not much of a call for, so they want to focus onto the bot side, but it's gonna be the same decision for the side of Mount T as well, trying to defend onto the top lane together because they already the bot lane together because they already lose onto the bot onto the mid lane.
Yep, and so far we did not get anything much coming in from the Yuzhong, but I do believe now is the time for him because the top lane is quite a bit taken down so that the minions do push it up. But at the same time, Shiku though, again, the crowd control, the map control coming in from Shiku is really good. There you go, the Miran Curry been really good, but he's trying to escape. Maybe, maybe not. And yep, he's gonna be taking down. That's one pancake for you. The Rowden QI takes away the turtle as well. One pancake. Oh, caught on at the very wrong moment. There was a petrify from the usual. It did not connect towards the mage, but it did take down one, which is really important for Patkai College.
That's why everything has been so good here now because the focus was onto the bot lane side and they were able to get out the turrets as well. And even when we talk about Jan's going to the backlines, he haven't been able to do that because there's so many frontliners coming through. Even if Siko is alone, he have the passive to knock him away, and even if that's knocked away, the flicker is gonna be available again. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to go for the pick off onto the backline again. And the only prime target that he could go for is Lagoon, but even Lagoon cannot be catched higher because he's always together with Prime Salman Khan, and then even when he for Yans, even when he tried to go in, it's gonna be a flicker always available, the blink always available for Akimi, so it's tough to go into the backlines. The only thing that he can do is try to play the side lanes and get the highlows out of the lane so that he can do it into the team fights, at least make the team fight a little bit understandable because they are actually waiting for the farm to come through from the hands of the Obsidia, and it's gonna be so late.
Oh, that's not looking good. And on top of that, so far the Nolan is just able to pick up the crumbs. Now, Upper Noah, despite picking such a great hero, he is trying to get it out. Oh, the Fury of Phoenix connects onto every single member. Yeah, trying to come into the back lane. Top Syria picked off the next under the topping block. And it's Upper Noah as well. Double kill for the side for Lagoon and Patkai College. Once again, are trying to go in for absolute domination, just leaving two members in. And the mid lane been secured. I do believe that the next lane they will be taking it down, but Prime Salman can look at his positioning. He's just not allowing anyone to fall in and try to clear the lane. So that is interesting.
Yeah, this is what they want to do here, right? Trying to focus onto the turret first and go for the kills afterwards. Very perfect book play coming through from the side of for Patkai there, and I think this is gonna be good for them now because Lord is already up. They got the outer turrets from all the lanes here. They will be able to take the outer ones again when they get the start. This is the first start of the game, and they will be eventually trying to set up for it as well because they are going to the way that they are playing to the side lanes as well.
Obsidia God, that is not looking good. Petrify combo, and my goodness, Carmilla had such a good positioning. She will be off, maybe? Yep, she's safe. But Obsidia, the main member who taking down the Lord. Look at that, Jan's trying to get a cross map. Oh no, he misses out on his dash. He's met by Prime Salman Khan. There is a chase and broken walls being broken. What's this? They are just traversing so quickly. The Lord is there into the mid lane. Traction pulse onto the mid as well. But wait a minute, Chiku. He is trying to get down the turrets as quickly as possible. The Holy Shield will be there. And the Minon Fury, they're waiting it out. The Cross of Blood connects onto the two. It is a good chance. Well, two-man knockups. And that's the Prime Salman Khan falling down without getting a chance for the Minon Fury. Type 3 into the front lane, taking on too much damage. There's a taunt from the Rowden and taking away a kill. Okay, did not connect there very well. That distance was just not in his favor.
Yeah. It was a close call there, but perfectly maneuvered by the side of Jans there. He was able to get at least one kill, which will be in favor for them. But then again, it's gonna be actually tough, right? There's no goal into the hands of the Obsidia there. Look at that engaged taunt.
So the taunt is right there. Wait a minute, one pancake. The sun is so good that the rock phase doesn't do any damage right then. gets out of the way safely. And as of now, Team Mount TE College are trying to go for the defense. They are trying to get some kills left and right, but it is just not connecting so well for them. So they are trying to make sure the Obsidia is getting farmed up as well. So maybe that's gonna happen, but the lanes are coming in from the mid to and from the bottom as well. Bottom will be cleared as fast as Obsidia, free touch and pulse, and the that's the Minon and Fury as well as the J-Team's ultimate. Look at that! Obsidia taken
What?
down. And Salman Khan, who was taking a too much damage, will be falling down as well. Shikpo, you're very, very low, and that's a triple kill into the hands of one pancake. My goodness, with that. I like how Yams is going in for a split push though.
Yeah, he was actually fine with it. Lagoon has to be
Oh,
careful. Oh no, that's a mega kill for Jans. They're perfectly maneuvered, by the way. He has been able to find out the right targeting on the right perfect time, and he's already 4 kills ahead in comparison to his team, who hasn't been able to do anything about that, and even onto the Obsidia too. And I think it has something to do with the fact that he knows that for Patkai they will be trying to dive in most of the time against the turrets, against 2 tiers, and open up the bases, and he knows that he will be able to play out the long lanes, the perfect lane, and now it's going so well for them. The law is in favor for them with the retribution coming through. Look at that.
oh, Jan's taken down. The Lord is there. Wait a minute, what is it going to be? Obsidia taken down once again. Supernova trying to get it out of the way. He should have popped his revitalize. He couldn't on the time. There is a type 3 who just leaves away with the 1 HP, 1 pancake. What is it going to be? Left
Oh,
all
was
alone to defend
was
the minions. I mean, he could go for the rough waves, but is it possible?
the lore is coming through here already. The rough waves with the clearance there, perfectly
Ooh.
well done. Good defense coming through from one pancake. That was almost a close call, and for the side of Patkai, they had to handle the Lord. Even if it wasn't a Lord, it could have been so bad for the side of Mount Tiyi there. And I think everything has to do with the fact that Jans was getting taken down, and he was the main source of damage, and he have been able to play so good onto the side lanes, and he should be doing it completely again, because no matter who they send, I don't think anyone will be able to solo kill onto a Nolan who have so much maneuver potential, who have so much mobility, and he also have damage. And if you send out the damage dealers, he's gonna be getting the kill onto them instead, and that's why they cannot really do anything about this hero.
Oh, type chain of the back lanes will be taken down, and the next person to be fall down will be one pancake who tried to go with the rough phase. The timing was not under the favor, and with that, the Yuzhong is trying to jump in as well. They need to clear the lanes as quickly as possible. And now that Pancake, the Kadita, is not there, it is a very green signal for them to take down the mid lane. They could easily do it because Obsidia is always getting thought of because of the Yuzhong. Look at that. Yuzhong's just gonna jump in while Nolan will be trying to get out of the way. The Furia Phoenix stops them out. Now Obsidia also dashes out of the way. Mid lane gone. Top lane might be the next, but onto the mid lane, that's just that one cannon minion, and overextending might cost you here. Patkai College realizing they need to back off. It's just best better to take, a bit of resources and then back off now.
Yep. Let's see though. For the other side here, the top lane will be getting secured a very good clean coming through from Jans again. Very good movement that he did onto the long side of the lane. This is what they want to play around with here. If they are going to be clearing out to the side lanes again and again, there's no way that Patkai will be able to enter into their bases. The mid turret is already gone, but it's completely fine. It's going to be easily defended because it's a mid turret after all. It's very easy. On the other hand, this might eventually be a good start for the side of Patkai there. If they want to go for the engages, they can, because the consistent damage coming through from Lagoon will eventually be helping them out, and the perfect ult that can cancel everything from Siku will work out into the end as well. And Doryu picking up onto the Oracle will be helping him survive for the longer part. And on top of that, he's together with a Minotaur with the heal, so the heal will definitely be out there. They might be giving away this Lord, I presume, because they are gonna be taking down the inhibitor onto the top lane side. Look at the dragon there, trying to zone them away, and
Oh.
yeah, nice clear.
Mid lane as well, down into the hands of Khadita. That was really crazy. But oh my goodness, someone keep Yans on check. There is an inhibitor costed, and that is definitely a lot. Look at that, the retribution coming in from Yans. He's trying to slow them down. That's going to be Andrew who's trying to go. Oh, the chase might be just very much not into the favor of Yans, and he will be falling down. That's the lot coming in. Well, Obsidia is trying to get a clearance. Yeah, I mean, Yams did buy out some time, which is really good. And in a way, he did not get the lane management. Look at top, it did not get synced up. Look at bot, it did not get synced up. Oh, even just like that. My goodness, the Kadita taking that. There's just too much damage coming in. And the upper Nova is not able to tank as well. He has to go back. There's the Obsidian still alive. Typesy tried to get the Lord onto the sideways. He really succeeded with that, but losing out the immortality, losing out her life. There's nothing left. Obsidian trying to deal the damage, just not able to do the same, but the base is all gone. And that is Patkai College for you. Warrior was come back. They have shown us and securing a spot in the top
Yep,
eight.
that was a very close call. This will be the team for today that will be going into the next round. Perfect, really well done. I think Jans really did a good job with the way that he was playing into the Nolan, the way he should be playing the Nolan. But there was not a follow up coming through. The Obsidian pick was very, very bad, I would say. Like, we already hated it from the very beginning because of this reason. There's no perfect comebacks. But the way that the side of podcast were playing, they were actually not really locked in. They were trying to go for those engages again and again because they also know that they were made to go for the team fights, and they were going for the team fights. They were canceling everything that's coming through from the side of Mount Tiyi, and now they're canceling every possible engages. Yes, there were times and instances where Jans could find the pickoff, could find the side lanes as much as possible, but there was so much that he could do, right? There was nothing that the team could follow up with, and it wasn't even that worth it into the end when the team fights happen, because there is always a re-engage potential coming through from the side of Patkai College that always give a way for backups to come to, and it was tough for them to handle.
Definitely a little bit. They tried to get the defense, the micro plays that they had, taking down the mid turret, taking down the inhibitor turret. They had it all onto their hands, but the only problem was I feel like the EXP lane was lacking a bit. They tried to play it out with the tankiness, trying to give Obsidia the damage. Obsidia couldn't perform, and the next was just Jans who was trying to get on with that damage as well, but he did not get any chance. So that was just a lot of things going around. Congratulations to Patkai College for securing a top eight, but ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wind up right now. So let's go for a break for the day, and we'll be right back soon in a day after with the teams and also starting with the top eight. So do follow our Instagram to get the updates. And with that, see you guys next time.